Back. How's it going, guys? How's everybody doing? Let's pull up the chat. Let's get the chill music on. Let's get after it today, chat. Let's go. All right. Let's turn the music down a little bit. Let's turn it down just a little bit. How's it going, everybody? What's up? Let me pause the music for just a second here. What is up, guys? How's it going? Welcome back to the stream. Day 156 of Vibe Coding App Until I Make $1 Million. First things first. Let me show you guys the Stripe dashboard this morning. I'm going to give you guys a quick update of everything that's going on at BridgeBench. You guys can see the goals around me. Today, we're going to be testing out the newly released GLM 5.1. I want to make a video on this model, but let's check this out. It looks like we've had a little bit of churn this morning, but let's take a look at the Stripe dashboard just so that we get a quick update. We've had some churn since I started the stream, so ARR is down a little bit, but $57,216. You can see the churn here today. A little bit of churn, minus 40 for the day on MRR growth, but overall still steadily upticking, but we're really working for a big jump. As you guys can see, mid-month, last month, we had a huge jump. And now, we're slowly ticking up. We've gone from 3,290 to where we're at today, 4,768. So getting close to 5,000, but I think we have to continue forward. We have to keep pushing, keep grinding, showing up every day. But with that being said, let me pull up the stream real quick. Sorry about that. But let's pull up the stream. What's up, chat? How's Ultima Shots? What's up, ENIAC? What's up, Roderick? What's up, Siri Alonso? What's up, Zlatek? Caleb, what's up? How's it going? Shibuzer, what's up? Maybe, what's up? How's it going? But what's up, everybody? How's it going? So let's start to just brainstorm a little bit what we're actually going to get accomplished today. So check this out. So we are going to be putting GLM 5.1 to the test today. We're going to get View Creator working. As you guys know, View Creator, we've started working on V2 of View Creator, and it's currently in progress. It's still in progress. And I think it was the last stream, we made quite a bit of progress there for it, but still plenty to do. But let's see here. All right, let's pull this up real quick. Drew, what's up? How's it going? Nubula, how's it going? Thank you, guys. Yeah, you got everybody says that they like the sign. That's good. Let's go. But let's get the music on real quick, and we're just gonna get started on the grind for the day. Let's turn this on. Hold on, I don't know if you guys can hear this. I don't think you guys can. Let me refresh this. I hope this doesn't crash the stream, but let me get this working real quick. Okay. Well, that did crash the stream, but I think we're back. Just let me know, chat. I think we're good. Let me know. Alright, let me know if you guys think we're back. Okay, so MRR currently still growing, but we have plenty of work to do. Let's lock in. Okay, Ultimate Shots. Wait, Ultimate Shots just had a bug. He said a bug on BridgeBench on Windows when I put a WSL directory such as not the folder I specified. Okay, so Ultimate Shots did just drop in the first bug of the day. Let's actually pull it up here and get it working. First thing I want to do is let's get this working here. I am using GLM 5.1, so I did get a GLM coding plan. So we're going to be putting this to the test a little bit here today, and we do want to get this going here. We want to start testing this model out because, it is, it's the GLM model. It's the leading GLM model, but we still have plenty of work to be able to test this out. But let's toss this in and see if it can actually figure out this issue here that we're having with this model. I need you to do an in-depth review and identify the bug that's happening here. All right. So we're going to drop this in. Oh, wait, hold up. Wrong directory here. All right, this one here. All right, let me get into it a little bit for the day. All right, we definitely want to clear out of our Gemini directories. I have these launched, but as you guys know, Claude Codex is a little bit better now rating-wise, rate limit-wise, because Claude is rate limiting significantly. They've decreased their rates by quite a bit, so we're still kind of just using GPT 5.4. I need you to kill the task on port 3001 and then get this working correctly. Drop in percentage. What's wrong? What do you mean? Drop in what percentage? Oh, is there an echo? Let me know if there's an echo, chat. Okay, there's definitely an echo on that. I did just fix it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, yes, so I did cancel my Claude plan, but I will say we do have our Claude. I'm using Claude Code. I still have it through the end of the month, but this is actually GLM 5.1. So a lot of you guys know that GLM 5.1, it just released, and we're going to be using it in today's stream. As you guys know, I do want to put a video out on this, but it's going to take a little bit of time because I'm trying to up the basically the quality of my YouTube videos so that they're a little bit better, higher quality. All right, let's go here and let's see here. So first things first, I'm going to drop in BridgeBench UI. I want you to do an in-depth review of this project and come back to me with a complete summary. Let's see how GLM 5.1 is able to function just using Claude Code here. So we're using Claude Code as the harness. Danny Boy said Codex is unworkable. You wait very long for the responses today. Is that true? Let's see if that's true. So I do have it in fast, but yeah, I mean, I will say that Danny Boy said that Codex is really slow today. Let's check out OpenRouter and see what's going on over there. I've been working since 5:30 a.m. this morning, but just kind of getting into it for the week. Okay, so let's see this here. Is there some issue with GPT 5.4? Let's see. All right, GPT 5.4. Let's see the speed here. Man, Azure it's running at 17. OpenAI is running at 42. That's like typical for OpenAI. 42, that's pretty typical. Did you resubscribe to Claude Code? No, I did not. But right now I'm using GLM 5.1. I'm using it via Claude Code, and I did buy the max coding plan from GLM. So if I look up GLM coding plan, I can show this to you guys. It's pretty interesting here. So GLM here, they have their coding plan. So 5.1 did come out. Here's what they're saying. They're saying, okay, GLM 5.1, it's able to do 45.3% of these 113 coding tasks. So they're pretty much putting it up there with Claude Opus 4.6. So I did get, let's see here, I did get the, if I go to my subscription, I did buy the GLM Coding Max monthly plan for $80 a month. And this is, I mean, if you go to change plans, these are their plans. If you guys are unfamiliar with this, I'm not sponsored by them or anything, but these are their plans. What's up, NS? How's it going? Somebody just asked, what are today's goals? The biggest goals of today, let's see here. So 5.1 testing, that's important because I do need to do a video on that. So I'm going to do 5.1 testing during the stream, and then I'll make a video on it after the stream and do a full review. I'm trying to up the quality of my YouTube videos though. So the next thing is View Creator working. We need to do a much better job on View Creator because we're trying to get that towards its V2 launch. So that's important. The BridgeBench voting system. Now this is something where, if you guys are familiar with BridgeBench has been coming along very nicely. So I just want to show you guys a couple things that I'm working on just so you guys understand where I'm coming from. So here is BridgeBench. You can go check this out at bridgebench.ai. And really what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to build the #1 vibe coding benchmark so that every time new models come out, we have this benchmark in place to be able to benchmark new models. So you can see here, we currently have a security benchmark, we have a hallucination benchmark, we have a speed benchmark. And what this allows is, rather than just, you know, when these models release, they're like, this model gets 83 on SweetBench Pro, whatever it is, right? Or 54, whatever it is. What does that even mean, right? Like, these models, they're good at coding in different areas. And I think for us to be able to create a benchmark like very specific to different categories of coding and vibe coding allows us to know, okay, this model has this % hallucination rate, it has this speed, it's this good with security, it's this good overall, it's this good in algorithms, it's this good in refactoring. So that for different tasks in different parts of your workflow, you can use the model that best suits that part of your workflow. So this is very important from our perspective, from like the stance of marketing. So I want to show this to you guys real quick. So if I go to BridgeBench here, what you guys can see is I did start a new BridgeBench account. It has 138 followers currently, but you know, this post I put it out this morning, 3,000. This one got close to 1,000, but this one got 42,000 views. It was just on the new GLM 5.1. You can see it's a very slow model. But one thing with GLM 5.1 that I've even noticed out of the get-go, like if we go back here, you can see that this is very slow, right? Like right now, you can see 5.1 operating. I'm using it via that max plan, and it is very slow. How do I measure the hallucination ratio? You can actually go to the website and learn there. Somebody said Claude Mythos today. I don't think so. I think that may have been a leak. We'll see. But even if the Mythos leak is true and it's real, then one thing that was actually in that report is that it's not even gonna like come out. Like it's not gonna come out for subscribers. It's gonna come out for enterprise customers only, right? So that's one thing to note about that is that, yeah, it's not. Also, just so you guys know, there is a bug inside of YouTube today. There's bugs inside of YouTube. I don't know if you guys knew this, but there's bugs inside of YouTube today. Is this good in tools use? What is GLM 5.1? Turanian said, love it, wait full review of GLM 5.1 on your video. Yeah, so that should come out today. I do want to use it on stream. So like here, it just outputted the complete review. So you guys can see here that this is GLM 5.1. I'm using GLM 5.1 via Claude Code, and I want to use it a little bit more in the workflow today to actually get a good representation of, okay, how good is this model actually? But we'll see there. We'll see kind of just as we navigate the day, how good this model actually is. But stay tuned on that. Okay, let's go over here and let's drop in. I want to do, so this is view creator, right? And so let's drop in. Why did this not kill the? I want you to kill it. Oh, this is so annoying. So one thing about the Codex sandbox, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but the sandbox for Codex is like a much different than the sandbox for Claude Code. So I don't know if you guys see this, but for example, it couldn't even kill a process on my machine, right? Does anybody know why that happens? Can you please give us Claude gifts? I don't know if I have Claude gifts. I will be doing some giveaways during the stream today, like normal, but we'll get into that in a little bit. Somebody said, I doubt it was a leak, just a marketing ploy. You think so? Do you think GLM 5.1 actually is on par with Claude Opus 4.6? I personally don't. I think that there's definitely some, like they didn't even release any benchmarks other than that random benchmark. I mean, that was such a random benchmark that they released where it was just like, oh, by the way, it finishes this amount of tasks. Like that was a random benchmark. And honestly, like I just don't really believe it, but that's okay. Okay, let's drop in the View Creator API and let's do a quick, I need you to do an in-depth review of the View Creator API and identify security vulnerabilities in the application and create a list of your findings and a plan for each finding to fix it. Okay, so we're gonna drop this in. How is GLM 5.1 so far? So we're gonna be using it on stream. So here's one thing to know. And also I have a quick announcement. If you guys have been watching the stream lately, you guys will know that we've been having this issue with Bridge Voice and Bridge Space associated with authentication where the refresh token, the refresh mechanism has not been working, right? So after 1 hour, which is the time to live for the access token in our Cognito pool, after 1 hour, users were getting unauthenticated. And finally, I did solve what was causing that. And like normal bugs that are persistent and hard to find, it was the most simple thing. Our web application firewall was actually blocking it, which is crazy, right? The web application firewall was blocking it. That was the reason that the refresh token, the refresh mechanism was not working. So it did fix that. I'm happy to see it, and it's now working. So Bridge Voice and Bridge Space, that refresh mechanism is now working. It looks like this did kill it. Let's see if this is now working. Okay, Raven said, hey Matthew, how is the security measures of vibe coded products? I actually think it's pretty good. If you do know what you're doing, if you do know how to implement security into a project, you can do a pretty good job. But if you don't know what you're doing, if you don't know security, then it may have some issues. Kritzva, how's it going? How's it going? All right. All right. Super Combo just dropped in an X post. What's this? Yeah, I'm walking on a treadmill right now. Yeah, it's a walking pad. Yeah, walking pad. Okay, let me see this. The Minimax, nice post here, Super Combo. All right. Okay. All right, so let's actually get this launched. One really nice thing about Bridge Space that just got launched in this most recent update is we now do have the ability to actually access local ports. I think. Hold on. Let's check this. Oh no, there must be a bug in it. Unless 310, this isn't working. Oh no, there is a bug in it. Okay, all right, so here's where we're at currently. Let's get a sprint going on the stream here real quick. Where is it? I just had an update with it this morning. All right, give me 1 second here. Okay, we're gonna do a sprint. Okay, so we're gonna go for, this is the sprint chat, so check this out. So for the next, let's make it 60, we're gonna do a 60-minute sprint. And yeah, 60-minute sprint. It's gonna be, we're gonna be working on viewcreator.ai, and we're gonna be getting hosting working. Okay, that is the goal here, is that right now we've made a ton of progress on ViewCreator, but there's plenty of work left for us to do with the actual posting mechanism. So if you guys were watching the last stream, we did get it working where, hey, now authentication works. We now have authentication working. We have a ton of things working. So I just want to give you a quick review of where we're at. Let me get off the treadmill here just so I can focus in for a second. Hold on. Sometimes it's hard to focus on the treadmill. Let's stop that. Okay. All right. Let's go. Okay, so this is going to be the first sprint of the day, chat. Is we want to actually make it so that we can post from ViewCreator to X to YouTube. It should be pretty straightforward. So let's do a get started real quick, and let's just do let's sign up for a new account. BridgeBench apps plus 201 at gmail.com. Okay. So it's going to send us our verification code, and the way that this works currently, and this is how I generated 1.6 million views on YouTube, is via ViewCreator. So let's now drop this in, and we're going to generate a heck of a lot more. Let me make sure there's nothing sensitive here. All right, so we get redirected to Stripe. This looks good. Now I just have to make it so that it doesn't actually show my card here. I think we're good. All right, so I'm gonna go through the Stripe dashboard, Stripe portal here, enter my address and everything. Okay, so check this out, guys. So this is what the Stripe dashboard looks like. So I go through, I subscribe, and I got $50 a month. It includes one creator profile. And this is gonna go through, and we should be redirected back to the actual web application, okay? The web application. B-Job, of course, I remember you. What are my max pull-ups? Probably about like 15 pull-ups. So yeah, so Drew, thank you. So on the Auth for ViewCreator, so nothing works on ViewCreator yet. So I don't know if that, so ViewCreator V1, as you guys know, that is still working, but we've basically, yeah, so ViewCreator, you can't sign up for ViewCreator right now. So I did deploy it, right? But right now, just so you guys know, this is not actually hooked up, okay? So we have it deployed, but it's not actually hooked up. So if you go here and you try to sign up, you're not gonna be able to sign up, okay? Just a side note there. But let's go over here. But thank you, Drew. Super combo's going good so far. Just only 20 minutes in. But okay, so it said. Wait, weren't we? Whoa, what happened here? Oh, that's not good. So just got redirected back to Stripe. Let's check out what happened. Oh, is it because we don't have our Stripe webhooks listening? I think that's the reason why. Let's see what's going on here. All right, so no active subscription found. Oh. It was, okay, so we actually have to get the Stripe webhooks listening here. So let me actually do a Stripe listen real quick. All right, I'm gonna have to do that real quick. Forge Men, let's go. I can actually not do a muscle up. I'm not really a big muscle up guy, but let me get my Stripe account real quick, and we're gonna get this. We need to get our webhooks listening locally. So I'm gonna do that briefly here. Okay, Ultimate Shot said dropped you a Discord DM with the 2 screenshots with the Windows bug. Thank you, man. Okay, there we go. All right, so I need to do stripe listen. I'm gonna get the key here. Okay. So now this should work. All right, let's test this out again, chat. All right, let's test this time. All right, so here's view creator. Let's do get started. Same thing, same deal. Let's do BridgeBench apps plus 1000 at Gmail. Okay, why does it say building admin panel on the stream overlay? That's not what we're working on. Wait, why is that the, hold on here. Hold on, I just restarted this. Okay, I just restarted. Okay, we'll start now. We'll start now. So 60 minutes starting now. We're just gonna restart this. Okay, so we do get our verification code. I think the reason that we didn't actually get authenticated and redirected is because we didn't have Stripe webhooks listening, so it's not going to let us in if it doesn't verify that the user actually has that subscription, right? So now it's going to redirect to Stripe, where we're going to be able to enter the Stripe test card, because this is in test mode. So we'll do the test card real quick. And then let's subscribe. Minis Bub said, I've been so locked in building. Let's go. Do I use superpowers or specific skills or something like spec-driven dev workflows? Yeah, so I do have some skills. I have some other things and other approaches I use, but my main approach to vibe coding in general is I'm pretty big into just like building and then iterating based off of what I build. So instead of, let's say, just like doing a ton upfront where I'm, doing huge specs, sometimes I find that the best way to do vibe coding is just to build and then iterate. Okay, what is happening here? Why is this not working? Because we did have this working earlier, and then now we got redirected. Okay, so we need to solve this bug. So it looks like there's some sort of bug in our workflow now. What is causing this? So no active subscription found. Okay. Oh, I know why that is. Okay. I know exactly why that is. So I did Stripe listen. I didn't actually tell it which workflow. So let me fix this real quick, chat. So even though I just didn't tell it the right port, give me the command for the Stripe listen command to listen in on the correct endpoint for the Stripe webhook. Give me the command to enter into my terminal. Okay. So this is, I'll show this to you guys. So this is GLM 5.1. This is what we're testing out today. I am going to make a video on this after the stream is over, but I'm using this stream to be able to actually use this so that I do get some familiarity with this this tool. 5.1, it does decent in BridgeBench. It does decent in some other areas as well. But the biggest things that I see with the GLM models is it is very slow. We put it through SpeedBench on bridgebench.ai, and it was a very, very slow model, okay? Now, there's a couple things that you could say with that. They have not yet open sourced the model. They say that they're going to open source it like next week. This is correct. This is the correct command. So you need to do, whenever you're listening locally, you need to run a Stripe listen and then forward to the local port that you're going to use and listen in on, right? So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to do a Stripe listen, and now we're listening on the correct port. So let's do that again, and we should be able to get in. Let's just go back over here. Okay. All right, so we're back. Let's resume checkout. Okay, Fast AI Dev said 5.1 quality is good, real slow. I'd rather use Kamik K2.5 twice than 5.1 once. Reigns Media said we're literally doing the exact same thing right now. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go. So, I mean, so now this should work with the webhooks. Emphasis on should. Hold on here, let me check these webhooks. It doesn't look like that's gonna work. Okay, I'm getting... Okay. Oh, guys. This is actually pretty interesting here. So, it looks like GLM actually gave us the wrong endpoint. Why are these giving me 404s? So I think that the correct endpoint is actually... So look at this. So this is what happens. So you guys see how it says invoice payment paid, and it shows me all these? So the reason that that didn't work is, again, I think that GLM actually gave us the wrong endpoint on that Stripe listen command there. So we can for example, let's test this on GPT 5.4, right? And we can see if GPT 5.4 gives us the correct endpoint. And I think that this would be a good way for us to be able to contrast, hey, how good actually is this model? Because I think that the correct endpoint is actually not API webhook Stripe. I don't think that there's the API in front of that. I think it's just webhook Stripe. So that is kind of revealing, and it is what we saw in BridgeBench when we did the hallucination check. GLM 5.1 does hallucinate quite a bit. It has a hallucination rate of 34.1%, okay? So if we look at the hallucination rate here, you can see that GLM 5.1 is right here. It is close with 5.4, but it does hallucinate 34.1% of the time, okay? And that's pretty high, okay? So let's see what it does, because I think that the correct... Yeah, so look at this, chat. There it goes. So it got it on the second try. But for example, I think there is no better example than this. So remember, I had to follow up with the actual logs that said that it was a 404, but it gave me the incorrect port there for the webhooks, whereas with GPT 5.4, you can see that it actually did the correct one here. It gave us the correct endpoint here. You guys see this? So this one, the correct endpoint is just webhook Stripe without the API. And the fact that it gave us that is definitely very, very telling in my opinion, because that is a 404 if you do it with the API. So let's now drop this back in and let's go take, what is it? Take 3 on this endpoint here. Okay, there we go. Okay, now we are good to go. So now let's do that again. Take 3 here on this endpoint. Okay, let's try this again, chat. So resume checkout. So the reason that we're having to resume checkout is because if there's no feedback that the user actually did subscribe and that their credit card was billed successfully, then oh geez, I'm in Egypt here. Let's not do that. That's gonna complicate things. It doesn't even matter. All right, I'm from Egypt. Okay. Teo, what's up? How's it going? Do you think GPT is actually better than Claude? I mean, I think that, hey, like, you do have to make the decision where, okay, invalid posted code. Okay, great. Okay, let's just refresh this because I don't even know. Refresh. So I do think that Opus 4.6 is definitely one of the best models, but the thing that people have to understand is, like, I think that it's very easy to look at the benchmarks and say, okay, obviously Claude Opus 4.6 is one of the best models, which is true in some areas, but there's also some caveats to this where, hey, for example, GPT 5.4, don't count that model out, right? Because somebody asked me to lower the music slightly. Okay, I will. All right, let me lower the music just a little bit there. Now, there we go. So now we finally got this working. So now here it is. Here we go, chat. So we finally are into View Creator. It only took 10 minutes for us to get our Stripe webhook working, but you guys can see that we are now in. And the first thing that people have to do with View Creator is they do have to create a profile, okay? So I think that this still works. Let's check if this works. Okay, failed to generate. Let's actually get this working real quick. So that's a 404. This should be a quick fix. And this is the problem, is that I don't know if GLM 5.1 will actually be able to fix this stuff, because you can see that it even hallucinated the wrong endpoint with something basic. review what is causing the error in this endpoint here, review the code and fix it so that it actually works. Okay, I'm just kind of getting to the swing of things, guys. I will say one thing about like going every day and showing up every day and working is that even like if I take like, for example, I was traveling this weekend with my family, and you know, even if I take, for example, like 2 days off, like from streaming, it takes me a little bit to get back in the swing of things. Like I think that there is a pretty good argument for just going every single day. Chris said Claude is being a little S-word this morning. Yeah. Are you aware of some competitors to ViewCreator? I mean, there's going to be competitors to anything you guys do. You know, I'm not too worried about competitors. Honestly, like one of the biggest reasons that I'm building ViewCreator in the first place. Also, Deke, good morning. It's good to see you. GLM doesn't know anything. I mean, we'll see. We'll give it a test here, so we'll test this. But like, I mean, let's take ViewCreator for instance, right? ViewCreator generated 1.6 million views for me, right, from one account. And just so everybody's on the same page and like really understands like why is it that we're building ViewCreator, right? As you guys know, I am trying to position BridgeMind as the home of the vibe coding movement. I want this to be literally the #1 vibe coding community on the internet. As you guys know, we're doing a couple things. I think this is a good time to announce Amplify. So if you guys don't know what Amplify is, if you guys aren't in the BridgeMind Discord community, I do want to show you something that I'm trying to do right now. So check this out, chat. So in the Discord community, there is now, if you go over here, there's a apply to Amplify. And what this movement is, okay, let me just zoom in a little bit. So join Amplify, grow together on X. So Amplify is BridgeMind's builder amplification network. So what we're doing is we're creating a system inside of the BridgeMind Discord community so that members can help each other grow on X by engaging with one another's posts, like liking, replying, and doing reposts, okay? So what this is we're creating a community on X where we actually help one another out by liking, replying, and engaging with each other so that our X is amplified. Because for example, I have 2 X accounts that are pretty big. I have a 24,000 follower account with BridgeMind, and then I also have an 11,000 follower account with my own personal X account, Matthew, right? Matthew Miller. But I've noticed that, for example, there's a couple people in the community like Super Combo Gamer, like DSAD Drew, if you guys see him around, where we'll be engaging with one another's posts. And if you guys didn't know this, that actually helps you, your reach will go up quite a bit. So if you guys want to be a part of this program, I'll be engaging with all of you in this program. Let's go check, for example, let's check out some of the applications. We already have a couple applications for Amplify already this morning. So just make sure you go check that out, because I think that it will help everyone if we create a network and a platform so that we can actually help each other grow on X. So definitely something, if you guys aren't already in the BridgeMind Discord community, go check that out, because I think that that's going to be something where everybody's going to be able to get more visibility. Yeah, Drew, let's go. Does ViewCreator generate the clips, or what do you use to generate the clips? So yeah, so ViewCreator V1 did generate the clips. So I do want to show you guys just real briefly ViewCreator V1. So check this out. So this is ViewCreator V1, okay? And ViewCreator V1 is the product that we built from day 20 to day 105 with vibe coding an app until I make $1 million. And one thing that I want everybody to understand about this V1, okay? I've learned a ton about marketing. I've learned a ton about just being able to build a community, to build the marketing around a product. And for example, with ViewCreator, it was overbuilt by quite a bit. So if we actually look at ViewCreator, there was a clipping agent in here where you could generate all the content that you need, right? So this did clipping, this did posting. But the biggest thing in ViewCreator is the ability to actually hook up a content bank and make it so that your content is automatically being posted. So you guys can see here that I have a bunch of clips, right? And I use ViewCreator to just automatically clip and then post for me. So all of these clips, all this content is being posted via this agent. And what I want to do is I'm trying to rebuild ViewCreator so that it connects to more platforms. For example, I want to connect to LinkedIn, I want to connect to X better, I want to connect to Threads, I want to connect to Reddit, and I want to broaden the reach And then I also want to create a massive clipping campaign for BridgeMind. So for example, when I do a stream, there should probably be about 200 to 300 clips that are generated during a stream, and then they should be distributed across maybe 100 different accounts. And that's why I'm building View Creator V2, is because we're gonna make the reach of BridgeMind go way further. I already generated 1.6 million views with a BridgeMind YouTube channel via this strategy. And we're gonna take this now to the next level. So man, you guys can see that GLN 5.1, look at how bad it is. It's so slow. It's like ridiculously slow. Chris said, "Oh, dude, business sign. He can now get Google Business Verified." Yeah, it's a sign. Google Business Verified. Let's go. But yeah, I mean, this is very, very slow. You guys can see it's updating. So we'll see if GLM 5.1 is actually able to fix this. Okay, great work. I now need you to create a structured plan to implement the fixing changes for each of these security vulnerabilities that you identified. Yeah, LinkedIn is definitely, because like, especially for BridgeMind, because as you guys know, BridgeMind really is the main focus at this point. So if we go to BridgeMind, I just want to show you guys the Stripe dashboard. I think we had a little bit of churn before I started the stream, but I do want to show you guys the revenue dashboard here, just so everybody is up to date with where revenue stands today. I had a ton of signups. What was it? It was on Saturday. We had like 30 paying signups or something crazy like that, but the trials will churn out however they do. But currently we're at 4,768 in MRR, 57,000 ARR, and this will fluctuate, right? But the goal is, this is the main goal. We want to get this to $10,000 in MRR by May 31st. So that's the main goal right now with BridgeMind, and I think to get there, we have to get the distribution to the next level via View Creator. So that's the main reason that we're, relaunching View Creator, and I think that we'll be able to do that as soon as this week, just so everybody's in the know. I think we'll be able to go this week. Yeah, I haven't seen any other platform that does this as well. So Exora said it has already been made by many people. How is it different than other people? I will say from my personal experience, the mechanism of being able to automatically generate the content and then publish it, I have not seen another platform that is able to do it as well. And I say that from experience, right? Like, I built this platform for myself, and like I said, it's not even really the main focus. Like, I don't really care how View Creator does. It could get, $1,000 MRR, it could get 0. I don't really care. It's just that for me personally, for the distribution of BridgeMind clips, right? This is a huge focus for us because there's no other platform on the market that does it as well as View Creator. I can say that for a fact. And with V2, we're going to be subtly improving it to go to more platforms and to be better using frontier models to do, other processes in the clipping process and the content generation process that will make the content get pushed further. And this is what we're going to be using for our clipping strategy. So it's not necessarily like, we'll see how it does. We'll also be building this out. Guys, look at how slow GLN 5.1 is. It's basically unusable. It's basically unusable. I do want to make a post about this. This is unusable. Yeah, this is pretty much unusable. Because this is a simple task. This is a very simple task, and it's taking a very long time to complete it. GLN 5.1 is. MSP said, I BridgeMind max every day. Let's go. Let's go. Mute the app said, so many features are in View Creator, you can't even express it. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you guys watched my most recent video where I basically talk about, the 5 things that I've learned after 155 days or whatever, that was one of them. Is if you guys are building products where you guys think that the next feature that you're going to build, if you guys have under 100 users, right, and you guys are like building features, stop building features. Like, I think you only really need like 1 or 2 features to have a product be successful. I think we've proven that with BridgeMind, where hey, we have BridgeSpace and we have BridgeVoice, and they're very self-explanatory, right? What you guys are seeing me use right now, this is an agentic development environment that I built called BridgeSpace. Like I said, I don't use or build any tools. I don't build any tools that I don't use myself, right? So View Creator, I'm building it not from the standpoint of, oh, I'm gonna build something to make a bunch of money, but I'm building something that I personally need, right? I know I need it. I know that there's no other platform that I'm gonna use that's gonna be as good as the one that I built for myself. I've already generated 1.6 million views on YouTube using View Creator V1, V2 is going to be significantly improved, and we'll continue to iterate on that. But BridgeMind, if we want to succeed, the next iteration of View Creator needs to be a success. For example, hey, the next iteration of frontier models, BridgeMind is now positioned completely differently than we were, let's say, even 3 months ago, right? Because we now have a huge X following, we have a massive Discord server, we have a massive YouTube following, but the thing is we now need hundreds of accounts that are connected to View Creator, where I'm just, clipping hundreds of clips. Like if you guys know Clav, if you guys know Clavicular or whatever, and then if you guys know Neon, I'm sure that you guys have seen like the clips, and it's because, hey, one of the reasons that they're so successful and famous is because they have massive clipping campaigns. And I think I'm going to be able to accomplish the same thing using View Creator, where maybe in the next 3 months, I'm able to generate 15 million views from BridgeMind streams using View Creator, right? And that's distribution. That's distribution. So we're trying to build this so that we can solve the distribution problem. Now, I will say, GLM 5.1, is this now done? It looks like this is now done. So the question is okay, GLM 5.1 just spent, what was that? 10 minutes to build something here. You guys can see 10 minutes and 57 seconds, GLM 5.1. Timeless, how's it going? What's up? Where's Bridge Code? We're building it starting on Wednesday, April 1st. As you guys know, I said that I was going to start building it in April. So we're going to start building it now in April. Okay, let's do this. Kill the task running on port 3001. Okay, so okay, we'll see here. We'll see. Failed to generate from website. Let's just give it a second because we need to restart the this. Yeah, Tyler, let's do our bridge maxing. Let's go. Get Clavicular on View Creator. Yeah. There's a human being named Clavicular. I don't think his name is actually Clavicular. So Gerard said, hey man, have you been having problems with limits on the Anthropic Max plan? Yeah, so I actually canceled my Claude subscription. Not because I will say this. I canceled it because they lowered rate limits out of nowhere significantly. It wasn't like a subtle rate limit decrease. It was a significant rate limit decrease out of nowhere with no warning. And right now, I'm not very happy with Anthropic, so I did cancel my Claude Code subscription, my Max plan, and I kind of made a big deal about it on X because, hey, they shouldn't just be able to push people around. So, right now, I'm not using Claude. I'm using Claude Code to use GLM 5.1, but I'm going to take a little bit of a break. We'll probably come back to it. We'll see what they do if they bring rate limits back to normal, but let's just give them some time there. But let's go over here and let's see, did it actually get it working? And I don't think it did, chat. Yeah, I don't think it did, which that is insane. To work for 10 minutes, work that slowly, and then not be able to get it. What even is the issue? Could not fetch the provided URL, failed to parse URL from null. So, I mean, yeah, that's not even, that you can't, this is unusable. GLM 5.1 is practically unusable because how am I supposed to use something that works for 10 minutes, is incredibly slow, and then doesn't actually get something, it doesn't even get it done, right? Like, that's unusable. So let's go over to GPT 5.4, and I am using GPT 5.4 medium fast. This typically will get the job done. Let's open up, hold on, let's do this real quick. Slow Panda, let's go, man, let's go. Yeah, so Gerard said just said I tried to switch GLM 5.1, but it's way too slow. Yeah, this is very slow, and it's not even that intelligent either. They put that thing out where, yeah, this is super slow. Yeah, we should probably make some sort of post on this. Alright, I'm gonna make a post on this real quick, chat. But let me pull this up. Alright, you canceled the Claude Max plan. That's interesting. Then your main agent is Codex right now. Well, I will say I do have Claude until the end of the month. I am going to use it here for a second. I did cancel my plan because if they don't fix the rate limits, then I probably just leave it canceled. But I still do have my plan. Make a viral. Okay, so I am going to make a video on GLM 5.1, but what I'm seeing, I did buy the GLM 5.1 max plan, and I mean, it's pretty much unusable. It's so slow, and it doesn't even have that much, like, it's not even that intelligent either. So we do have this now, GPT 5.4 medium. We'll throw in GPT 5.4 medium fast and see if it's able to fix this, but let's make a quick X post here on this. And this is why we're going to have Amplify, chat, is because every time that we post, we're going to build a community of people that are amplifying each other on X. So if you guys haven't already joined the BridgeBench Discord, make sure that you do so. Make sure you join. But yeah, what I'm seeing is it was super, super slow on the speed bench, and it also didn't even get it right. So here's my post, and let's just drop this in. So I'm going to do capture history, just drop this in, and honestly, this will probably run up numbers. So I'm going to drop that in. So GLM 5.1 just spent 10 minutes and 57 seconds on a simple bug fix and didn't even fix the bug. Yeah, so that'll run up numbers. Okay, let's go over here. Were you by any chance using Sonnet 4.6 1M when getting the rate limit? I was not. No, I was using Opus 4.6. So let's do one thing. Let's actually revert back to Claude here. So in order to use the GLM 5.1, I'm going to show this to you guys real quick. So if you go here, so if you want to use GLM 5.1, you do have to have the subscription. So I was getting rate limited like an insane amount, but I got the GLM Coding Max monthly subscription. The GLM 5.1 kind of sucks. I'm going to be honest. Like, this model is not that good. Let's move this and let's just drop this into Codex here. I set up GLM 5.1 with my Claude Code, but I now want you to revert it back to normal, to its default, so I can use Claude Opus 4.6 and use Claude Code like normal again. So yeah, I mean, this is not a great model. Let's see if this is able to work. Yeah, it literally let a simple bug go through. Let's see now if we can use it. So GPT 5.4, look at this, chat. This is so telling about GLM 5.1. Look at this. So literally, that's crazy. So GLM 5.1 worked for 10 minutes with everything that it had. Over 10 minutes, 10 minutes and 57 seconds on this bug. GPT 5.4 worked for what, under 2 minutes, and it actually did it correctly. So now here's my profile. So I can go over to profiles. Did that profile actually create successfully? Let's see here. Oh my gosh, this is so annoying. So why is this even happening? So let's fix this bug as well. I have a weird issue here. I want you to review my ViewCritter API and note that for some reason, when I make changes while I'm in dev mode, all of a sudden it gives me that port 3001 is taken. Review why this is happening and fix it. All right, this was an issue that I had a long time ago, so let's just fix that. Yeah, GLM 5.1 is not it, chat. I wasted $80. I'll make a video on it and put it through more like BridgeBench stuff, just so that everybody gets a little bit clearer of a view of it. But yeah, I mean, I'm not super impressed with that. Try GLM 5.1 and Droid. Use Opus 4.6 Max as the orchestrator. GLM 5.1 is the worker. GPT 5.4 is the validator. I mean, I can try that for sure. 100%, I can try that. It's just that, hey, you can see, like, look at this. It worked for 10 minutes, chat. It worked for 10 minutes on an issue that was relatively simple, if I'm being completely honest. The architecture, the infrastructure, all of the functionality was already there. I knew what task it was working on. I knew that it shouldn't have taken that long in the first place. It then built a non-working change, right? It didn't actually fix our issue. I then put it into GPT 5.4. GPT 5.4, how fast does it even work? You guys can look back in the stream, but maybe this worked for, what, under 2 minutes and fix the issue? Right? So, hey, when you're talking about GLM 5.1, it just is the same thing that we're running into with a lot of these open source models, which is, hey, the Chinese models, they don't have the same amount of GPUs as the American companies have. So GLM 5.1, like, you can look at BridgeBench here, and you can look at the speed bench. Look at how slow GLM 5.1 is. It's at 44.3 tokens per second. This is the slowest model on the BridgeBench speed bench, okay? The BridgeBench speed bench, you guys can see it here. So for example, Claude Opus 4.6 is running at 92.2 tokens per second on this benchmark, okay? 5.4 is at 88, GLM 5 is at 73, and then all the way down here, GLM 5.1. So this is the issue that they're having. We'll see. Maybe asked if I'm using, yes, I am using the Pro version, yes. You should create an alias for your GLM coding plan. This will allow you to use Claude Code with the Anthropic models and GLM models without them getting mixed up. Oh, yeah, I was confused with that. I probably should have done that. I just don't know how. That's my first time. That's my first time hooking up Claude Code to any other other model other than the one that I was actually connecting to. But let's see here. Let's get this going. So how much left do we have in our sprint? We have about 30. Hold on, let me pull this up. How much do we have left in our sprint? Okay, we have. Okay, 30 minutes. Okay, perfect. Okay, 30 minutes left in our sprint. So what we did just finish is, let's go to a local host. Let's go 311 here. All right, 311. Okay, why did that just block me? Because I did. Oh, I was on a private, wasn't I? Okay, here it is. Okay, so now the issue that I'm having is, why when I go to any of these pages, it's just stuck? Oh, I think I literally have to at least create one profile or something. What is up with this? You guys see this? Okay, let's switch back to Claude. All right, also chat, we are going to be doing a giveaway during this stream. We're going to do another Bitcoin giveaway like we've started to do. I'm going to have a big announcement coming here shortly about a new event that we're going to be doing. I'm really, really excited for this one. I think that you guys are going to be really excited for the event that I have coming up. But it is going to be associated with that Mac Mini giveaway that we've talked about the past couple streams. We're going to be doing a Mac Mini giveaway. The announcement, the first people to know about any information are people in the Discord community. So if you guys haven't joined the Discord, that's pretty much the home of BridgeBench. So make sure that you do that. I hate the fact that, okay, one thing that I don't like about Codex is whatever their sandbox is so annoying. Like, I'm so tired of this sandbox. I'm so tired of the sandbox. I can't run any like important commands inside of Codex because they sandbox the living daylights out of it. All right, there we go. All right, so this will be fixed in a second, but this is like any page that I try and go to, and I just want Claude Code, honestly. I just want Claude right now. I know their rate limits suck, but let's just max them out, because please give me Claude back. There it is. Okay, there it is. Okay, Opus 4.6. Can I change it? Can I change it to the 200,000 context model? Or honestly, maybe we should use Sonnet 4.6. This is something that you guys should know too, is this Sonnet 4.6 models, in a lot of instances, it's actually performing better than Opus. Like, look at this, chat. On the security benchmark, look at this, 81.6%, Sonnet 85.3%. In hallucination, Sonnet 4.6 performs better than Opus 4.6 in hallucination. In speed, obviously, Sonnet 4.6 over Opus 4.6. And maybe to counteract some of the issues that we're having with the usage, maybe using Sonnet is better, you know? I need you to study this closely and launch 2 sub-agents to figure out why I continue to get redirected to the profiles page here and update it so that this no longer happens. I can't even navigate the website without getting redirected to profiles. Why is this happening? Fix this. Also, that, like I said, the bug that we were having with the refresh token, I finally solved it, guys. I actually solved it this morning. So anybody that's using BridgeBench products, you guys know that there was a persistent Auth bug where you guys got redirected out of the application after like a couple hours, right? And you had to re-sign back in. That was because I finally solved it. The refresh mechanism was being blocked by our web application firewall, which is such a simple issue. Like sometimes I feel like the simplest things to actually, like the source of the bugs are sometimes the simplest thing. All right, Super Combo, I'll check my DMs. Yeah, I mean, somebody just asked, I thought I was done with Claude, so, I mean, here's the thing, we'll see. I want to test today if the usage, I still have my Claude Code subscription, and, I mean, I just do feel like, hey, they rate limited us, but let's just see if the rate limits are back to normal. Like, can we work around these if we use, like, Sonnet 4.6, right? If we use Sonnet 4.6 with the 200 million context, or 200,000 context, are we going to hit the rate limit slower? Let's just test it out today and see what that ends up looking like. Jose said, note that today there are reports of massive issues with the subscription windows being drastically smaller. Okay, yeah, I mean, we definitely had that last week as well. That's for sure. But we'll see if it's same issue today. Okay, I want to do something real quick, chat. I want to get GLM 5.1 working with open code. Oof. I want you to help me update my open code configuration so that I'm able to use the newly released GLM 5.1 via open code. I have the GLM max coding plan. Review this in depth and help me set it up. Let's go. How's 5.1 going? Yeah, GLM is not the best. Yeah, it's the usage on it is not great. Also, Mute the Yap is going to get moderator on YouTube here as well. Thank you, Mute the Yap, for all of your engagement and support. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so if I go over to this GLM coding plan, it's this document here. I mean, why is this so slow? Why is everything slow today? Why does BridgeBench have Grok as rank #1? Because we used multi-agent for that. It costs only $100. Go to bridgebench.ai for better, benchmarks right now. I want you to use the front-end design skill and to help me significantly improve the styling of the website. First things first, update the nav bar, make the logo bigger, and also improve the layout of the application in general. What was my job before BridgeMind? I had a healthcare startup that I scaled to over 40 therapists. Yeah. Okay. So now Claude Sonnet 4.6 is running through. Okay. Is this done? Is this fixed now? There we go. We did fix that, right? Okay, nice. Perfect. All right, GPT 5.4, it's slow, but it does get the job done. Let's launch a fresh window here. Let's get a couple more agents running as well. Let's add one up here. Let's launch Claude. So we're gonna do top 4 are gonna be Claude agents. What is this issue now fixed? Let's see here. So the issue that we were having is we couldn't even navigate the site. All right, so now if I go to dashboard, it's gonna actually still not let me go to the dashboard. All right, so if I go to BridgeBench.ai, generating. Review the functionality associated with generating a profile with AI. Currently, it is using an outdated GPT-4o mini model. We need to switch this to use OpenRouter, and we actually want this to use Gemini 3 Flash model. Okay, so that you guys were seeing, so that was functionality. Let's update this to use the Gemini 3 Flash model. It's cheap and it's fast and it's pretty accurate. All right, Gemini 3 Flash. Yeah, it's 50 cents per million, $3 per million on the output, and it's just so fast that I think that it would be best using that model. Review, you did not fix this. Okay, wait. Okay, let's update this. Let's see what it does, and then go from there. And 1,092 sub-agents are still running. Jeez. Claude Mythos. So I'm not gonna comment too much on that. I don't think that, like, I mean, we saw something that potentially got leaked, right? But we don't know for sure if that's actually even real, right? Like, I mean, I already saw Alex Finn hyping it up. I mean, once you see that, it's like, I mean, you kind of know it's just hype at that point. What I saw is it's not reliable enough to know if it's a true leak or not. Second of all, even if it is a leak, they did mention that it was only going to be available for enterprise customers. So I don't know if that even is going to affect us. And we don't know if it's actually legit yet. So I'm not going to like hype that up. I did see it though, but we don't necessarily know if it's actually legitimate yet. So let's give it some time before we start to, you know, hype that up, because we don't know yet. We just don't know. Okay, failed to generate from website. What happened here? Oh, I have to change the OpenRouter key here. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna generate a OpenRouter key. Okay, this is what I'm seeing. Okay, let me generate this OpenRouter key, and I'm gonna paste it into my environment variables file. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna need to paste this in. Okay, OpenRouter. Okay. Okay, I just pasted my key in. All right, we're good. Okay. So let's not test that again. I think it was related to the OpenRouter key. Yeah. Help me update the functionality of the logic associated with the system that actually creates the profile. Note that it is not properly formatting the social media links correctly. Review this and update accordingly. Is BridgeBench Pro good for production dev teams? Yeah, I mean, I use it, right? So everything that I build, I use personally. You know, I'm not gonna build anything that I'm not using. So that's the biggest thing as well, is it's like, hey, at the end of the day, if I can build tools that I use personally that I know that are good for me, then it's gonna make it a lot easier to sell them, because I'm just building something that I truly believe in, right? Like if you're building something that you're just trying to sell to somebody else, it is gonna affect the way that you know, okay, that looks a lot better. Okay, perfect. All right, let's launch a couple more agents. All right, let's see how fast we hit our Claude limits here, chat. Great work. I now need you to use the front-end design skill and review. And then we're going to drop in the view creator critter UI and make updates accordingly there. Okay, so let's see if this works now. All right, create with AI. We'll just put in BridgeBench .ai generate. Okay, next. Perfect. Fix that issue. Profile create. Okay, there we go. So you have to create. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so this is actually looking. Okay, so now we're in, and now this is what the actual. So you have to create a profile first to do anything. Okay, and whoa, what just happened? Whoa, I accidentally signed out. Okay. Let's try this again. So bridgebench.ai, so you can enter your website. It's going to fetch everything off of your website and create a comprehensive profile. You can see it even grabbed the X account there, which is perfect. So the definitive benchmark for AI coding, vibe coding, and agentic coding models. Yep, so that's literally perfect to create benchmark. So it says profile created, but what is this issue here? And I don't want to click that. So what was the issue that happened? So connected accounts page. Okay, let's figure out what happened here. All right, and then let's kind of just get into the flow of things, chat. I think we're going to have to knock out some push-ups, and let's get the desk up and get into it because we definitely want to start to flow a little bit here. Okay, perfect. All right, let's get the desk up. Let's knock out some push-ups. Let's get into it. So for View Creator, will you be running the agents in the cloud for users to use? Yes, it's very, very easy. You remember with View Creator V2, we've already built the implementation for this, okay? This is not something that you guys are seeing me build and say, oh, this is something that I think will work. Like, no, I've generated 1.6 million views using View Creator, okay? And View Creator V1, it was feature heavy, and there's a lot that we can improve with it. So we're rebuilding it now with V2, and it's a significant jump up. Now, I am using Claude Code right now, and I do want to test with Sonnet 4.6. If I'm using Sonnet 4.6 with 200K context, is that going to allow us to get past these, these usage limits that we're hitting? Because as you guys know, Claude just significantly out of nowhere reduced their limits, which is absolutely insane. I need you to launch 3 sub-agents to do a complete deep dive on the View Creator API and identify any security vulnerabilities and list them out in a findings list. Then create a structured implementation plan for the changes and fixes that need to be made. Then I resubscribe to Claude. My Claude subscription is still canceled. It runs out on the 25th of April. So I still have my usage. I still paid $200 for it, but we'll see here. Okay, let's bust out some push-ups, chat. Let's go. Go, chat. All right, let's look at the goal board. All right, 50. The voting system, just important, this is important, and this is important as well. Okay. Okay, this says this will not work. Claude giving me the 5-hour slap on the face. Yeah, 100%. I mean, I can't believe they're, like, I hope this isn't the new normal for good. No, let me do something real quick. Okay, I'm back. All right, so create with AI, BridgeBench. So Gemini 3 Flash, this is very quick. So profile details generated from website, profile created, but then I get redirected back. Like literally, I can't get out of this. What's causing this? I keep getting redirected back to this page even after I create a profile, review the logs in depth, and identify what is going wrong. Yeah, something's not right here. All right. Something's wrong. Okay, let's see here. I'm currently creating a product alone. Anyone suggest a payment method, like for subscriptions? Stripe is really good. Why is everyone talking about Claude? Because they reduced rate limits significantly. Hey guys, so quick question for everybody. So we're gonna take a poll. We're gonna do a poll real quick, guys. All right, so we're gonna do a poll. So start a poll. Wait, why can't I start a poll? Is YouTube like down right now? There's a lot of issues with YouTube today. Okay, start a poll. Are you experiencing rate limiting with Claude today? Okay, are you experiencing rate limiting with Claude today? Yes or no? Whatever the response is, I'm gonna let this run. If you have Claude, make your vote for this poll. Did the poll start? Did the poll start? Okay, hold on. Are you experiencing rate limiting with Claude today? What the heck? Okay, there's an error with YouTube today. Oh my gosh. YouTube, what the heck? There we go, there we go. Alright, I'll turn down the music just a little bit. Alright, make your vote. Here is the API key. I now need you to set it correctly. Okay, let me move this over here. Okay. I need you to launch 3 sub-agents and do a deep dive on the logic associated with the agents, specifically the presets. Note that we want to make the presets as simple as possible. Preset agents for single image, multi-image, and videos should basically, the agentic workflow there should be, they should be able to set it to scheduled times and scheduled days, and then they should be able to, like, the agent should automatically just grab unposted content out of the content bank that is associated with that particular content type. So for example, if it's the single image preset, then it should go into the content bank and grab a single image out of the content bank and post it respectively for that agent. Same thing with multi-image, and then same thing with short video. It should grab unposted content out of the content bank associated with the profile, and then it should post it to the respective platforms at the respective times. So this is a very simple agentic workflow that basically has a content bank step where it grabs the content out of the content bank, and then it's able to transcribe it, or actually transcribe the video, or take a look at the images being posted, and then create the keyword filled formatted content for the title, description, or captions for the respective platforms that it's being posted to, review in depth the presets for this, and generate a structured plan to polish up our implementation for those presets with our agentic workflows for View Creator. Okay, so that's really important. So that is getting pasted in. Okay, so like how this works, guys, I just want to explain this to you guys. So I'm going to explain it right over here. So for View Creator agents, it's actually very simple. So the first step, let me grab a better marker. All right, the first step here is it literally just checks content bank, and it checks for unposted content, and then it's going to grab the unposted content, and then the second step is to actually, if it's a video, then it needs to transcribe it. If it's an image, it needs to look at the image and create like a description for it, right? So let's just say this vision. So it needs to have vision to whatever content's being posted. The third step is actually the most important. So whatever it sees, whatever is described or transcribed, it's then passed into this right here, which is where it creates the metadata. And this is one of the most complicated steps, because if it's Instagram, for example, then it's literally, if it's Instagram, YouTube has a different set of metadata than, for example, Instagram does, right? And Facebook has a different metadata than TikTok does. And you have to make sure that you have the correct metadata for each. It's very important. Okay, does this... Make sure that you properly generate and run the migrations as needed so that we can actually test this. I now need you to launch sub-agents and continue to polish up the UI. Yes, I want you to implement phase 1 fixes now. Okay, look at this, chat. So 67% of people are saying that they're experiencing rate limiting with Claude today. Yeah, that's crazy. Opus is insane now. For some reason, I'm hitting hourly daily limits like never before. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, and that's why I'm in Sonnet 4.6 right now, is because, yeah, that's insane. Wow. So let's make a post real quick. Okay, so we're gonna make a post about that. Okay, this is live, so let's actually test this. Where's that incognito tab? Okay, it's right here. Yeah, so look at that, chat. So 68% of people are still having issues. DJ Vision said, long weekend, I'm back. Let's go, DJ Vision. How's it going? Yeah, so Yahil in the chat said, I'm at 20x with 96% on the weekly with 3 days left till the reset. Yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? They just, out of nowhere, Claude basically just decided, yeah, we're going to lower rate limits. We're just going to lower everything, which is pretty unfair in my opinion. Not cool. Yeah. Okay, so here it is. So let's see if this actually works now. Oh my gosh, we're still running into this issue. Okay, what is wrong, chat? Did it... Okay, what is happening here? Okay, hold on here, chat. All right, also at 300 likes, I am going to be doing a cold plunge. So if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We've got, is this timer frozen? I think this timer's frozen. All right. This is so frustrating. I don't think this is working still. Let's see. Alright, watch this, chat. So I create a profile, right? Let's go bridgebench.ai, right? So create this. And we'll do next and then create profile, right? So we're in profile created. Now, profile created, you guys can see it in the logs here. You guys see this? So profile created. But now if I go to review profiles, here's BridgeBench. Did it do it correctly now? Yes, okay. This looks like it fixed it finally. Okay. So right now this is hard-coded. Oh, am I getting throttled? I now need you to update this so that it actually pulls in the user's profiles and lets them connect their accounts specifically to their actual profiles. Right now it's just hard-coding TechStart Inc. in another profile. Fix this. I need you to review the logic of rate limiting inside of ViewCreator. Right now it's rate limiting too heavily. Fix this. There's too much rate limiting going on. Yeah, too much rate limiting. Ian said I said hey and usage went up 12%. Flom, what's up? How's it going? Insane. So 70% of people now saying that they're experiencing rate limits with Claude. All right, chat, I just made a quick X post. So I just made this post on X. So 60% of our community is still experiencing rate limiting with Claude Code today. This isn't one person complaining. This is 2/3 of active vibe coders being throttled on plans they're paying for. Anthropic slashed Claude Opus 4.6 rate limits with no announcement, no transparency, no apology, and they're still doing it. 88 votes in 9 minutes. The community is fed up. If you're paying $20, $100 or $200 a month and you can't use Claude Code for more than an hour, you're not getting what you paid for, you should cancel. You should switch to GPT 5.4 and then come back when Anthropic respects its customers. So I just made this post on X. I'm going to drop this into the channel here, but yeah, that is insane that they're still doing it. They're still doing it, which is just insane. Yeah, vote with dollars, 100%. 100%. All right. Okay. Okay, so let's pull back up ViewCreator here. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I will say Claude Opus 4.6 or Claude Sonnet 4.6 did just do this correctly. So how this works now is you can see this is the profile that we just created, right? Like if we go to profiles here, we have BridgeBench here. This is the profile, right? And now you can go to connected accounts and you connect this profile respectively, right? So let's connect the X or hold on, this is a incognito tab. So let me log in via, let's just log in via, they're running out of compute. I mean, if that's actually the case, that I don't think that this will last forever. Like, I think that I would be very, very disappointed if that lasts forever. Look at that UI that just got dropped in. That UI, that UI is nice. Because I was literally, and that was Sonnet 4.6 with the front-end design skill. That did a good job. I'm happy about that. That was a good one. That was a good one. That's much better. Okay, so let's actually go to, let's sign in. And what I'll do here is I'll literally connect my X account to this, right? So I'll connect X. So this is BridgeBench. Let's go to connect here. And it's going to redirect me to the auth flow. Whoa, failed to start X connection. Okay, the YouTube one did succeed. The X one failed. Let's see if I can connect. Okay, so check this out. So you kind of go through this flow here. And then it says account connected. And then here it is, BridgeBench AI is connected. So we're gonna go through this now and see, hey, which accounts can we actually connect? Is X just not able to connect, or is that a, okay, I think it was just, okay, now I can authorize this. I think the API was restarting when we were trying to connect it. Nice. All right, X account connected. And then let's do LinkedIn. Let's see if LinkedIn works. Let me just, I think this is gonna reveal, okay, LinkedIn. I don't even know what my password for this is. Okay, so LinkedIn. So here's my LinkedIn. So social media connector wants to, and it wants all this. I just do allow, and let's see if we can connect to LinkedIn. And yeah, it looks like it works. Nice. Wow, that's fantastic. Oh, connection failed. Was it because the API was rendering though? Let's try that again. But this looks good, chat. It looks good. And I think that by the end of today, we will be able to get this fully connected. Let's see if it throws another 404. Okay, it is throwing a 404. All right, so I'm getting a 404 on the LinkedIn here. So let's just go to this one, and let's grab the logs. Auth session. Oh, is it too many requests again? Why was I unable to connect my LinkedIn? I got a 404 error when I got back to this URL. Why? I just wanted to start a new project with Claude Max. I guess I cannot anymore. I mean, let's just check right now, for example. I did switch to Sonnet 4.6. Let's go to usage, right? And let's see. I mean, my usage, I mean, Sonnet 4.6, I'm 27% of the way through, which is a lot for how much I've actually just used it, right? 27% of the way through, I'm on the 20x max, so I'm 27% of the way through, and I've been using Sonnet 4.6 to try and work around this even. So, I don't know. Let's continue. Let's now focus in on making this super mobile friendly and mobile first development, making it super responsive and making sure that there is proper wrapping and proper responsiveness for all screen sizes. Launch as many sub agents as you need to complete this. I mean, like, we are launching sub agents. Got to learn to use cheaper local models. I don't think that that's a good idea. I think that if you use these frontier models, the difference in capabilities is so noticeable. Like if I use a GLM model, right? I noticed right out of the get-go how much, I mean, we used GLM even on like a couple tasks earlier in the stream, and right away we did notice the capability difference, right? And it was significant. So, you know, I don't think that just because you are getting rate limited, I think it would be better to buy 2 Claude plans than to go like open source. Yeah, 27%. So I'm not using Opus. So maybe, I mean, if we go to BridgeBench, if you guys haven't already gone and checked out BridgeBench, make sure you do so, because BridgeBench, what we're trying to do here in the next sprint that we're going to do, why is this frozen, by the way? Why is this sprint timer frozen? Let's reset this. Did request failed? Hold on. Oh, I know it did it. All right, hold on here. Okay, why did the connection drop? Also, why are we even using Redis for that? We shouldn't be using Redis for that. Okay, let's go over here and let's use, I think it's a stream overlay. Fine. Oh, wait, no, it's not this. It's this. Yeah, open source models are not good. 27% already, that's mental limits, yeah. Whoa. Would it be possible to get a bridge space and a swarm trial for 14 or at least 7 days? I don't have that much time and 3 days aren't enough. I mean, I even like thought about not even adding the trial in at all. I don't think that trial is like, yeah, I want to keep it to 3 days. I think it's a smart business decision. You just use, you can get 50% off for 3 months if you sign up for the newsletter. So I would just advise, like, just get the basic plan and just use 50% off. It's a great product. I mean, you guys can see, obviously I use it. So I just shipped out a really solid update this morning that fixed a lot of bugs. The auth issue that we had where it was authenticating after 1 hour is now fixed. So make sure you guys check out that if you haven't already. It's really good. Okay, let's remove Redis since it's unnecessary and update the logic respectively to fix this issue. What is the current status of these agents? Okay, great work. Let's now make it so that if the user has multiple profiles, then there's a drop down that allows them to connect differently, just in a nice UI. Okay. Stream overlay. Let's do this real quick. Stream overlay. I want you to review this. How can I start this application? Give me the command to start it. Also, guys, let's do a quick, let's do a giveaway real quick. Let's do a $10 Bitcoin giveaway. Let's do a giveaway real quick. So we're gonna do a $10 Bitcoin giveaway to active chatters in the chat. Let's go here. So whoever can participate in the giveaway, so it's gonna be everyone that is active in the chat. So we're gonna go here, and this is gonna be, let's do 10 minutes for a $10 Bitcoin giveaway. And anybody that's active in the chat is gonna get, you can see that anybody that's active in the chat gets entered into the giveaway. So it's not, don't like spam the chat, but just be active and engaged. And in 10 minutes, we'll do this giveaway. Set a timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, starting now.
Okay, 10 minutes, guys. Okay, so we're gonna fix this. So it looks like that's now done. So let's now try this again. So we did just change the mechanism for this. So let's go to connect now. So we'll do connect. We'll get redirected to that LinkedIn portal. So then it asks, okay, do you want to post as BridgeMind or myself? Let's connect it to myself, and let's see if we're still getting that 404 error. So still getting that 404. Review, I am still getting the 404 at this URL. Why is this the case? Review the logs again and figure out why. And then I'll go to the logs. I mean, Sonnet 4.6 is pretty good. It's not bad, right? It's not bad. Also, guys, one thing I do want to show you guys is I have been using Comet with Perplexity like a lot. I have been using Comet an insane amount, and I've been doing handoffs. So this is Comet, and if you guys are unfamiliar with Comet, literally you can, like, watch this. I want you to review the benchmarks and give me a summary. I mean, this isn't actually what I use Comet for, right? But like, I'll even show you an example here. Let's go here. Check this out. So this is pretty cool. So let's say I go to this post here, right? I want you to review my X post and help me reply to users that have commented on my X post in a clear and concise way. So for example, like, I'm using Comet to be able to help me with social media marketing management. So for example, I'll be able to respond to comments. I'll be able to do handoff prompts. This is another really cool way. So watch this. So I'll launch another. Let's just go to SEMrush. So let's go to SEMrush, right? And this is SEMrush. So this is the SEO analytics for BridgeMind, for BridgeBench, and for ViewCreator, right? So you guys can see the SEO analytics, right? Now I want to. This is not me hyping this up. As you guys know, I'm like anti-influencer, anti-hype. Check this out. This is how I'm using this. So you can go to Assistant, right? And I want you to do an in-depth analysis and use SEMrush to be able to review all of the analytics for the SEO data for BridgeMind.ai. And what I want you to do is to review all of the data and then write a handoff prompt to the AI agent that is working inside of the BridgeMind.ai code base. That is a handoff prompt for improvements for the SEO based off of the actual real world data that you are seeing inside of BridgeMind.ai. So watch this. So literally I'll enter this, right? And it'll be able to navigate SEMrush, and it'll be able to pull in all of the data and everything that literally a marketing manager would do. You know, in my healthcare startup, which was an online therapy company, literally we had a marketing team that was doing this for us. So we had a marketing team that was, you know, doing all this, the SEMrush and the SEO and whatnot, and it was expensive, right? But the thing is that now that team can completely be replaced by one person that understands how to use Comet correctly, right? And you don't need to be like some like pro SEO person. You just need to understand how to use Comet, right? And that's all you need these days. So this is how I'm using this. We're going to move this aside for a minute, but that's one way that I'm improving the SEO is you can actually see that it's able to navigate. You can see it scrolling and it's able to actually navigate. And I've just recently started to integrate Comet into a lot of my workflows because being able to use AI inside the browser is incredibly useful. So for example, as you guys know, BridgeMind is currently now hiring Discord mods, and we're hiring for Amplify. We're not hiring people onto this group, but we're building a group of builders that want to succeed on X. And this group of builders is going to be able to help each other by liking, replying, reposting each other's posts. So if you guys are in the Discord, you'll know that we just started this. And for example, this morning when I was actually working inside of building that feature out, I needed to set up a Google form and I need to set up Discord webhooks and I need to set up all this stuff. So for example, I didn't do any of this. I was able to just build all of it using Sorry, I just got distracted by something. But you can see that this is able to navigate this. And for example, I'll show you the Discord server here, because in the Discord, I set all of this up. And let's see this. So here, for example, in the Amplify applications, let's just go here, right? Here's mod applications, here's Amplify applications. And you guys can see that people are now, you know, enrolling in this program, and it's the webhooks, all of that logic, all of it was created by Comet. It was created completely by Comet. So it's able to review all of this information, and then it'll be able to write a handoff prompt back to us, and then we'll integrate that into the code base. So definitely a really good use case of Comet. I highly recommend that you guys look into that because it's definitely a good way to do it. Also, guys, we've got, let's see here, 4 minutes left on this giveaway. Hung said, quick question, why not use SEMrush MCP directly in Claude Code? You could use that as well. I actually didn't know that they had an MCP, Hung, so thank you for letting me know that. I didn't know that. I would use the MCP as well. Hub City SEO said, SEO is my gig. Let's go. Also, guys, we got 382 people watching right now. And 221 likes. So if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, you know, BridgeMind this is really what it is. BridgeBench is the home of the vibe coding movement. You guys know that I'm pretty much anti-influencer. I've interacted with a decent amount of influencers in my journey so far, and I pretty much can't stand them. They're all fake, and I don't really like them. But yeah, I mean, influencers are not. I'm not a big fan of like your typical social media influencers because they kind of are fake, just fake people. I'm not a big fan. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build a community, and for the example, the stuff that I show you guys is stuff that's like real workflows, right? And it kind of cuts through the hype, or I hope that it does. That's what I'm trying to do. Mute said, pretty cool way to engage and get algo on your side. Join Discord now. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. What is the profit in this project? So I am planning on doing basically I'm planning on doing a quarterly report for BridgeBench. So if you guys didn't know this, like I'm literally planning on doing a quarterly report where I go over all the numbers, all the expenses, all the profit, all the losses, everything. And that'll start here soon. So I'm excited to do that with you guys, but let's go over here and let's test this out now. So last time we tested this, we did get that 404. So this was the issue last time. Let's now try this again. So X works, LinkedIn though, not working. So let's see if we can get this LinkedIn connected here. There we go. Let's go. All right, LinkedIn is now connected. Let's see if we can get an Instagram account connected. Instagram. I don't even know. Yeah, I do have an Instagram. Oh my gosh, this is insane, chat. I think this is working. Wait, my password doesn't connect. Oh, I don't know my Instagram password. Hold on. Alright, give me 1 second. Isn't $50 for one profile too expensive? No, it's not. I probably will decrease the price of it, but the thing is like, for example, with View Creator, I don't really want like people to be using View Creator that much, to be honest. Like, I want View Creator for myself at the beginning here. All right, let's see if we can get in here. What the heck is it not? How am I not able to log into Instagram? I feel like I'm definitely entering my password incorrectly. All right, also giveaway in 1 minute, chat. For active people in the chat, 1 minute here, less than a minute. All right, so here, so let's connect BridgeBench. This is Facebook. It's BridgeBench. I have to log in. I don't know my password. Okay, I think this works. Let's see. All right, this failed. Great work, but now the Facebook connection got a 404 as well. Would you review this and figure out why and help me fix this? Okay, guys, the timer did just end, so let's pick this winner of the giveaway. What other SaaS platforms are you planning on in the future? Well, right now I'm just kind of focused on the present. The main things right now is obviously the BridgeBench suite of products. And hold on, where'd the giveaway page go? Okay. All right, here's the giveaway, guys. So there are 83 users eligible for this giveaway. Let's choose a winner here. All right, Lee Pate 1476 is the winner of the giveaway. Congratulations. He said, let's go. Okay, so in order to get your Bitcoin, just join the Discord and I will send you your Bitcoin. I'm about to send a screenshot in the Discord. So he said, my lucky day, I guess. Let's go, man. All right, so this is the winner. So let's pull up the Discord and I'm just gonna ping general here. And in order to get this, I'm going to just say winner of the $10 Bitcoin giveaway. So just respond to this with a screenshot of your YouTube account, and then I'll add you as a friend, and then I'll just send me your Bitcoin wallet. Okay, so it says that it'll work now for Facebook. Let's test this though, and we're gonna do another giveaway later in the stream chat. Oh, Comet, yeah. Let's check up on Comet, but let's all right, let's open up Comet. So here is what we're getting back, and what's really cool is that, so Comet literally navigated SEO, the SEMrush for SEO, right? And then now it wrote this handoff prompt. So you guys can, look at this handoff prompt here. But this is the handoff prompt. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take this and we're going to pass it into GPT 5.4 extra high. That's actually working in the code base. Or honestly, I think extra high is 2 extra. I'm just going to drop it into high. So then I'll do, hey, great. I now need you to do the same thing, but for BridgeBench.ai. What do I think about Claude Everything repo from Anthropic Hackathon winner? I haven't seen that. What is that? Okay, so it does say that this is going to work now. Let's go to localhost 3011, see if this does work. All right, this is really coming along because now we do have the connected accounts working. Let's try see. So we're gonna try to do Facebook again. So we've got Facebook done. We've got LinkedIn done. All right, so we're connect BridgeMind, and the connection failed this time with a 500 error. So it was a 404, now it's a 500. So here it is. Now I got a 500 error. What caused this? But guys, like, one thing I do want to draw your attention to is, like, hey, for example, let's just go to the BridgeMind X, right? Like, it is performing very, very well. And this is a huge part of my journey, is the marketing portion. And really what my strategy is on X is, look at this, I mean, 24.1K. So this one got 1.6, this one got 3.8. The stream so far is doing well. Man, the stream, I am so upset that the stream, like, in the first 3 minutes, it restarted. The legendary intro. Alright. So one thing that I find is that I've just been, like, reposting content from BridgeMind, like, on my own personal accounts, too. And the reach, at this point, is pretty significant. Like, it does help, that reach does help quite a bit. Python said, been lurking today, but thought I'd share this project found on Reddit. Headroom, have you heard of it? I have not. Would you send the link? I'll check it out. Send the link in chat. It's supposed to save so many tokens across different agents. Yeah, I have not seen that. Send it in the chat. Send a link to it. Okay. So this was the old view creator, and now the new view creator, it's just so much more lightweight. So LinkedIn, let's try Facebook again here. All right, reconnect. Last time we got a 500 error. Okay, there we go. All right, Facebook is now connected properly. So let's now test TikTok. TikTok, I don't even know with TikTok. Okay, TikTok, here it is. So let's do continue here. So TikTok works. I don't even have a Threads account. Can I try Reddit? I don't even know. Okay, here's Reddit. Wow. Wow, this thing literally connects to Reddit. That's insane. Okay, I don't have a Threads account. Can I log into my Instagram account? Oh my gosh, the Instagram auth is so annoying. Okay, here's Headroom. All right, this is Headroom from PythCon in the chat. Also, PythCon, I probably will make you a trial mod or something in the Discord. I appreciate your help. Okay, so the context optimization layer for LM applications. So I'm going to drop this in the chat if you guys aren't seeing it. Here it is. All right, also, the winner of this giveaway did just send me a message. So it's context optimization. Compress everything your AI agent reads, same answers, fraction of the tokens. Every tool call, DB query, file read, and RAG retrieval your agent makes is 70 to 95% boilerplate. Headroom compresses it away before it hits the model. That's interesting. OX Mossy, how's it going? Good to see you again. You guys want me to try this? So npm install Headroom AI. It's not like an MCP server though or anything, is it? Oh yeah, it is. MCP tools. How many stars does this have? This is relatively early. $900 stars. Oh, yeah, Evanor. So I do know what's causing that. Let me fix that. Hold on, I have to push some code. Okay, give it like 10 minutes and you'll be able to create your project. I know it was causing that. I went to bed last night. I was shipping code till I went to bed, so I was like, oh, I'll fix that in the morning, and here we are. Okay. Now the big question about View Creator here is, hold on, let's go over here. Okay, let's go over here. Okay, so let's start another six. So this is a 60-minute timer here. Okay. Okay, great work. This is now working. Okay, we need to test this out, chat. We need to test this out. Okay, Python, yeah, check. Let me know. Alex says run your benchmark on your site and compare this with and without. Yeah. I'll check it out a little bit off stream. It looks like there's a setup process for it. Maybe I can make a video on it or something. Okay, so let's sign in. Let's sign in a view creator. So this is where we're currently at with view creator, and I do want to see if we can now get this fully working. So let's drop this in. All right. So connected accounts. So you can now see that we have connected these. So this looks good. Now, the biggest thing is we do want to test out this single image preset, okay? So for example, if I use this preset, now this is what I don't want. So single image, I don't want to have to do this like, let's just do like recurring, right? So recurring, let's say that I want to set it up like 9 a.m. Let's just do this, right? 9 a.m., right? This is too much. This is too much. Yeah, I don't want this anymore. This is too complicated for end users. This is too complicated. This page here is at this point too complicated. For the presets, I literally want this to all be completed through a simple wizard. For example, through the presets with single image, multi-image, and short form content, there should just be a wizard that allows them to name the preset, select which profile they want to hook it up to, and select which accounts they want to post to respectively, and then it should be done. It shouldn't send them into the agents builder. Review this and update the logic accordingly. Yeah, so that is one thing that we want, because this is part of the agents creator. So for example, hey, you can toggle this, and then you can, you know, create all sorts of stuff. The UI of it is a little bit changed now. But for example, you can do plan, then image 1, then publish 3, then, you know what I mean? So this was the process before, but this is too complicated. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to just make it so that there's these 3 presets where, for example, there's just single image, carousel, and short video. And I would even vouch for the ability to completely remove the manual generation. Like, I think that you could probably just take that out completely. You know, I did generate 1.6 million views through just a singular strategy, which was content bank, metadata, post, right? And when you have that on, if let's say we hook that up to 100 accounts, you know, we're gonna have basically the capability of like a massive social media marketing team just through View Creator, because I have enough content with the streams and everything where, for example, in this stream, this is a 5-hour stream, I could probably get 100 clips out of this stream. But the thing is not everybody watches the stream, right? So shout out to everybody. There's 371 people watching right now, but not everybody watches the streams. And if you create 10 accounts and you're able to clip the streams and then post 10 of those clips on each of those accounts every day, your distribution for your content and your ability to go viral on the internet and viral on social media basically just like 5x, because your distribution of the content, the visibility of the content just went up a ton. And that's what I've been talking about more on stream, is that the way that I'm trying to position BridgeMind and my approach to it right now is that, okay, right now it's a slow time for vibe coding. There's not been a frontier release since Opus 4.5. All these models, GPT 5.4, GPT 5.3, GPT 5.2, GPT 5.1, all of those were misses. Opus 4.6 was like a subtle improvement, but the last frontier model release that we got was Opus 4.5. That was the last time we actually got a jump in capability. Opus 4.6 was a subtle improvement, but if we go back to like Opus 4.6, let's even just go to that. So let's go to X, hold on, Opus 4.6 release. So introducing Opus 4.6, I'm sure they have it here. But even, for example, this in itself could be a clip, but I don't clip the streams yet. But this could be a clip, you know, that would then generate, you know, 5,000 views or whatever. That's my point. What did I do for the UI for View Creator? I used the front-end design skill. So look at this. So Opus 4.6 here, if you look at the agentic coding, this is what's interesting here. Like, look at this, chat. I'll do a screenshot so you guys can see it. Hold on. Look at this benchmark. This one right here, agentic coding. Opus 4.6, 80.8, Opus 4.5, 80.9. Do you have a system to find good clips out of your multi-hour streams? Yes, so that was in View Creator 1, okay? We had a clipping system. Now, that is going to be something that we're probably going to be working on this week, but we need to first, like, the way I see it is that, like, I have learned during this journey, you can't just, like, overbuild. Like, for example, with View Creator V1, I built probably 100 features for that, right? And yeah, the MRR got up to 1,200, but the thing is there was no way that it was going to get further than that because it was too confusing. You only need 1 or 2 features, and then you need to focus in on marketing. And if you don't do that, then you're just going to fail. So we've learned, and now we're reapproaching it. But the biggest thing that I see is like, I'm not really building View Creator V2 to generate 10,000 in revenue from View Creator. I'm doing it to generate revenue for BridgeMind because I think that BridgeMind needs further distribution. Greg in the chat really wants me to do the cold plunge. Yeah, Alex said create multiple accounts and post on multiple accounts, 100%. Yeah, the OF, yeah, that's funny. Okay, so let's see here. So this one just finished, so let's test this now. So when I do use preset, this should not, yes, there we go, perfect. BridgeBench, yes, hold on, this needs to be fixed. Review the screenshot and note that there are issues in that modal. I need you to use the front-end design skill and fix that modal. And just so you guys know, I am using all BridgeMind Vibe Coding Tool products, okay? I don't use anything apart from BridgeMind.ai. If you guys sign up for the newsletter, you can get 50% off your first 3 months. Actually, I don't think that's been released yet. You guys can get 25% off right now. Let me ship out the 50% logic. Well, if you go to BridgeBench, you can do it. If you go to BridgeBench.ai, if you guys want a secret Easter egg for 50% off your first 3 months, you can go to BridgeBench and you can subscribe here. This will get you 50% off. It will send you an email code for 50% off. And then you get access to BridgeSpace with the basic plan, and then you get access to the entire suite of vibe coding tools for $50 a month. But I use all the tools. I'm not using anything. I'm not building anything I'm not going to use myself. Yeah, simplicity with marketing always wins, 100%. Where to find the email newsletter sign up for 50% off? Yeah, it's on the. Let me ship this out. Actually, let's ship this out real quick. Hold on. So one thing about BridgeSpace, which is nice, is we can just quickly launch these presets. So just very quickly like that, I can quickly set this up. Also, why is this still model? Is this still hooked up to? Why does it still say GLM 5? That doesn't make any sense. I need you to run npm run build and fix any build errors with this project. I was working on this. I've been up since 5 a.m. this morning, and I've been working since 5:30. I'm just all in on what we're doing, guys. But this is what I have locally. It's down here. Let's see if it works. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So do the CAPTCHA, and then let's see. And if this works, then we'll ship it out. But I just want to double check that it does work. So then... yeah. Okay, perfect. So then I got my discount code. So this is a... no, that's actually for the local database, so don't worry about that one, chat. But yes, 50% off there. Yeah, GLM 5.1 has been pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, I was not impressed by GLM 5.1. All right, let's ship this out, though. Yeah, GLM 5.1 is not it, chat. What model is this, though? Ultimate shots. I did not see it yet. Okay, yes, good. All right, so we are using... so let's do a quick check before the 5-hour limit does reset. So let's look at our usage. I mean, 38% used. Yeah, I mean... okay, I'm going to make a quick expose just so everybody's in the know. So what I'm doing right now to kind of get around my issues with the Claude rate limiting is I'm literally just using Claude Sonnet 4.6 and I'm using it with the 200,000 context. All right, let's make a X post real quick. Jeez, we are getting big on X, guys. Let's go. And just so you guys know, like, something that I'm trying to do is I'm trying to share the whole journey. And what you guys get to see is it's like, hey, the X marketing is part of the journey. Like, if you can figure out X, you are in a good position, right? Yeah, so it's actually, so it's better until Anthropic fixed the rate limits, it's actually going to be better just to use Sonnet 4.6 for sure. Yeah, just use Claude Sonnet 4.6 instead of Opus 4.6, and I'll drop in this post that you guys can look at it. But this is actually a better approach to work around the rate limits. It's actually, I don't think it's on, this one isn't GLM 5.1. Is this one though? I think this one is. Look, I think this one's on GLM 5.1. What model is this? And look at how bad this is. GLM 5.1 is straight garbage. But the thing is, their release was so weird. They did such a weird release. Yeah, GLM 5.1. Yeah, it pretty much doesn't even work. Yeah, GLM 5.1, pretty much unusable. Look at this. I am using Codex. I've got Codex instances down here. Okay, let's go back to ViewKitter real quick here. And thank you guys for bearing with me. I just appreciate you guys being along for the journey, because it's like, hey, if I, for example, if I do things, if I'm just building, right, and I do no marketing, then BridgeMind will fail. But if I'm able to do the X post, I'm able to do the streaming all at the same time, then we'll probably succeed. But you guys get to see part of that journey. But let's go here. So single image, you can go to use preset, and now this did fix it. So next. Look at this, chat. This is looking good. So if I do this, if this works, did this work? I don't think that worked. Let's check out the error that I got with that. Review the error that I got when trying to create the agent. Review this and fix now. Well, Sir Jeff. So Sir Jeff said, stop using these open source turd models. No one's serious is spending model on that garbage. So first of all, Jeff, I totally value your opinion. Okay, I actually agree with you. But one thing I will say is there are a lot of people that are using these open source models, and think about it like this: if you're somebody that is, I don't know what country you're from, but for example, it is very affordable for me to afford like a lot of agents, right? Like I can spend $1,000 a month on AI, and I like don't even really bat an eye, because basically it's these, like, if you go to another country, right, that is like $200 a month in America is a lot cheaper than $200 a month in like some other country that has currency that is not as valuable, right? And I just want to make the point that, like, for example, for people that don't have the money to be able to spend, these open source models are actually not that bad, because, for example, like, hey, if we go to BridgeBench right now, right? Let's go to BridgeBench and let's actually look at how GLM 5.1 is performing, right? GLM 5.1 on the security benchmark scores 80.8 compared to Claude Opus 4.6 at 81.6, Claude Sonnet 4.6 up here at 85.3, okay? That's the differences. Hallucination, GLM 5.1 right here, 72.1, Claude Opus 4.6, 76.6, okay? It's not that dramatic, right? But the issue that you have is that look at the cost of these models. Look at Opus 4.6. $5 per million on the input, $25 per million on the output, and then go to GLM 5, and it's literally 72 cents per million on the input, $2.30 on the output. That is, for somebody that doesn't have the money to spend, that makes sense. Like, that cost trade-off makes sense. So we have to give these models a fair shake. What I will say though is the big trade-off that you do see, and we're even seeing it in, where is it? It's this example right here. The tooling. Look at this. I told it to run npm run build and fix any build errors, and it's still working after 7 minutes, and it just failed. Like all the parameter tool calls kind of just like failed here. So this is the issue that we're seeing. It's less, in my opinion, it's less about what the model is, and it's more so about like the tooling around it. And the tooling around that model is just not very good. So I think that they can improve the tooling, and they probably will. Note that GLM 5.1, like it's kind of pre-release. They haven't really released it yet. So give them like a little bit of credit. And I'm totally with you. Like I'm not an open source model person myself, but there are a lot of people that are open source people. So we have to give them a fair shake. And that's why I'm doing a review of the model myself, just so that people can really understand like, hey, these are the real differences, right? So all right, guys, who's ready for another $10 Bitcoin giveaway? We'll do one. We're getting close to 300 likes. Let's see, what's Super Combo? Super Combo said I would rather test Kimmy or Minimax spamming 1,000 agents for cheap than using Opus 4.6 and waste money. 100%, 100%. All right, let's do a giveaway real quick, chat. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We've got 394 people watching the stream. But let's do a quick 10-minute giveaway. So this is going to be a giveaway, active chatters, and this is going to be 10 minutes for $10 Bitcoin, and let's get it started. So if you're active in chat, you're eligible for the giveaway. Don't spam the chat. Spamming doesn't help you. All that it does is just you make comments in the chat for the next 10 minutes, and you'll be entered in the giveaway, and then we'll spin it. Okay. Set a timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes starting now.
Do you not think you could be doing giveaways for BridgeMine monthly subs? We'll do that. How about, that's actually a good idea. Let's do that next. Let's do that next. All right, so let's go back over to View Creator here. All right, so agents. Okay, so we have one agent. So it's this single automation agent. So I do want to test this, right? So this is the workflow, okay? So content bank, generate metadata, and then publish content. That's what we talked about, right? Content bank, metadata, and then publish, okay? So let's see if we can test this. So we can just run this agent, but the first thing we want to do is let's go over to profiles, and let's go here, and let's click edit. You know what we need to do? We probably need to make it, hold on here. Review the logic associated with content banks inside of View Creator. I need you to add a content bank part of the sidebar where users can see their content banks respectively. Great work. I now need you to stage and commit all changes to the dev branch on GitHub. Stage and commit all local changes to the dev branch respectively. All right, we're going to push that 50% off. Oh, shoot. Yeah, it is cold plunge time. Let's, got the 50% deal. Let's go. Thank you, Hub City. I hope you enjoy BridgeMine. Let me know any feedback that you guys have with BridgeMine. Also, we did just pass through into likes. We are going to be doing a cold plunge, but we have to do this 10-minute giveaway first. So let's knock out this giveaway, and then, so 7 minutes. So we'll do 7 minutes. We'll do the giveaway, and then we'll do a cold plunge, and we'll come back and keep making progress on View Creator. Speaking of which, how much time do we have left in this? Oh, this is still frozen? Hold up here. Hold on, let me update this overlay. I didn't even notice that the overlay wasn't working. Why is this not working? I hope I don't crash the stream. All right, we got 38 minutes left on the sprint. All right, so content bank. So we're going to add this. Yeah, we're going to do a cold plunge right after this giveaway. But guys, like, this is how it works, okay? So the content bank, this is where, we're going to put CB here. Content bank, okay? This is where you put content, you upload content here, and then you configure this with agents. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? And then those agents can be connected to however many accounts that you want. So this one can be connected to, you know, an Instagram account, a Facebook account, a YouTube account, right? So from one place, you can upload all of your content, and then you basically create this massive network of clipping. And this is not something that is like something where I'm just like throwing it out there and being like, this is what we're gonna do. Like, this actually works, and I've generated millions of views doing it. Like, one of the reasons that BridgeMind is as big as it is today is because of View Creator. And now we're going to now widen that and say, okay, like for the first, 6 months of BridgeMind, we had View Creator running, but it was running at a very small scale. It was running based off of clipping and posting, 6 times a day to only 6 accounts. But we're gonna expand that to over 100 accounts. Yeah, what's with the heart? Yeah, that's from my girlfriend. Will this be available on YouTube later? Yes. I have tried Cursor CLI in the terminal, but it's not very good. Okay. Show me are content banks connected to profiles, and can profiles only connect to one content bank? Review this. I'm pretty sure this is something we want to look at here. I'm pretty sure that the architecture of the database probably needs to be updated, because right now I'm pretty sure that content banks are, yeah, so actually, yeah, Alex, I like this keyboard. So this is the keyboard that I have, if anybody is curious, and I like it. Like, look how thin this thing is. And it's just an Apple keyboard, so I like it personally. I like the Apple keyboards rather than like having a custom keyboard that is not, an Apple. I want to make it so that we actually separate content banks from profiles. For example, I want to create content banks independently from profiles, and then I want to be able to connect multiple content banks to a singular profile. Review the architecture of the database right now, and then update the database entities to reflect this new approach. So yeah, so we're gonna update this, because I do think that is a much better approach. Also, guys, 2 more minutes, and then we're gonna do the $10 giveaway. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. All right, View Creator API. Yeah, I just like that better. Super Combo said that he highly dislikes Apple. I think somebody botted the stream. Check this out though. This is I use the Master Series. This is a goated mouse. M3. Wait, no. I think this is the Ultra. I don't even know. It's like the Master Series Logitech. I like that. Am I allowed to stream Matt going in the cold plunge on my work PC? That's funny. All right. Okay. Okay, for now, let's just remove the rate limiting. We'll approach that later on. Sonnet's actually better than you guys think. So Movie Daily said I can't use Sonnet unless it's a stupid task. Sonnet's better than you think, guys. I've been using Sonnet, and it's actually pretty good. Sonnet 4.6 is pretty good. I wouldn't count it out. Oh. Alex was talking about these keyboards. These ones. So these are different. I don't like these as much. They're nice. They're Apple. They're Mac. These are good too, but not as good as the other one because I like obviously I like the bigger keyboard. But this one's pretty good too. Do I read Twitch chat? I can right now. Let me pull up Twitch. All right, I'll pull up the Twitch chat. I need to respond to Twitch chat. All right, I have Twitch chat pulled up. I'm trying to, all right. I don't think he checks Twitch chat. I guess YouTube better chance. Do you post on Reddit is what Ayub's just asked on Twitch. All right, I'm on Twitch now, guys. Look at this. I'm on Twitch. Maybe we could get a couple moderators that will mod Twitch chat, and then I'll open up Twitch channel. Also, guys, we do the, look what I got here. Timer is done. Let's do this giveaway, and then we're going to hit a cold plunge. Let me find the Nightbot thing here. Wait, where's the... Wait, hold up. I need to find this. Hold up. It's not that one. All right, we're going to do a cold plunge here in a second as well. All right, there we go. All right, I found the giveaway chat. All right, here we go. Here's the giveaway. Let's choose a winner. So there's 60 users that are eligible for this giveaway. Let's choose a winner. Oh, look who it is. DJ Vision. Hey, congrats, man. Let's go. All right, DJ Vision, I know who you are, but congrats, bro. All right, DJ Vision, what do you have to say? Let's see what he has to say. What if he's the only user that was inactive? Do I like the trackpad? I do have the trackpad, but I'm not really a big fan. Oh. Yeah, I like the gesture controls. He said rigged. Everybody in the, even, what? All right, DJ Vision, do you want me to re-roll that? That's funny. I mean, he won fair and square. Chat's spamming rigged because he's a mod. All right, even mods can win. Mods have rights too, guys. All right. All right, winner of the giveaway. All right, congrats, man. Okay, so we are gonna update the content banks. What we're doing right now is I'd rather have the content banks be independent of the profiles. That way I can, for example, like let's say I have a profile that I just want to post like single images to, then maybe I can set that up that way. And then if it's one where I wanna do video, then I can do video content bank. So I wanna do that rather than having profiles only be able to connect to one singular content bank. So that's what we're gonna do. But with that being said, chat, let's hit this cold plunge. And then we'll get back to grinding. This is gonna be a 5-hour stream, just so you guys know, 5-hour stream. All right, I need to throw my swim trunks on. I'll be back, but this one is working. This one's really important here. Great work. I now need you to significantly improve the UI of that wizard. The UI of that wizard is not very comprehensive. I want you to use the front-end design skill and significantly improve the flow of that wizard. Yes, push to origin. Everybody's spamming the Claude status link. What's up with the Claude status? What? Wait. All right, so this is just out as of 3 minutes ago. So computer use is now in Claude Code. So this just came out, guys. So Claude just released this. It looks like computer use is in Claude Code now. Is it on my computer though? Wow. I guess it's available in MCP. Well, let's test this out after the cold plunge. All right, let's hit this cold plunge. I'm gonna throw my compacted. That stinks. I want you to launch more sub-agents to improve the UI even further. Also improve the SEO. For example, make sure you add title tags and description tags and keyword tags, even though this project should not be indexed by Google. Okay. Let me throw my my trunks on and then I'll be right back. All right, guys, let's get it. Yeah, the computer use did just land in Claude Code. We're gonna check this out once I get back from the cold plunge. Definitely something we want to investigate to see how good it is. We've got a couple agents working for us here. Great work. I now want you to merge this with the master branch. So we've got 3 agents working while we're in the cold plunge. Let's hit this cold plunge, chat. Let's go. Hopefully it doesn't disconnect though, like it did last time. How about this? How about you guys will be able to watch my agents as I'm doing the cold plunge? I think that's a better, I like that better. All right, audio input. Okay, I think you guys can hear me now. All right, you guys can keep an eye on my agents while I'm in the cold plunge. All right, let's go, chat. Okay, let's go. You see this? All right. Here's the behind the scenes here. Let's go. Here's the crib. A little bit messy. I'm a bachelor, so. Also, I do have another one of these BridgeBench. I got 2 of these. I know you guys probably saw it in the office, but I got another one of these, and I was planning on putting it in the garage. Yeah, I was planning on putting it in the garage, so you guys can let me know what you think about that, but I have another one of these, and let's go to the garage. So I was planning on putting it, like, maybe above the cold plunge. I don't know, though. But here's the sauna. Here's the cold plunge. Let's do this. A cooking stream. We do that? We did a cooking stream? Sorry. Alright, I'm gonna fix this. How are my agents doing, chat? Are they doing good? That one in the top right is really important, but I actually was thinking we could potentially ship View Creator V2 today. We're gonna have to deploy production infra, but I think that we could potentially do it. It just depends on how long we grind for. I mean, shoot, we may have to do a 12-hour stream. Let me know in the chat what you guys think. I mean, we're doing a cold plunge now, so this will give us plenty of energy. All right, I think that should be good. All right, let's go, guys. Cold. Everybody wants the 24-hour stream. It's coming, Chad. It's coming. It's coming. All right, let's go. Set a timer for 2 minutes. All right, I'll take questions for you guys in chat while I'm in the plunge. Woo. All right, chat. I can actually see chat now. A 48-hour stream. When you do a 48-hour stream, I have to do a lot of cold plunges, but we can do that. Whew. What's my gym split? So I am a triathlete, so right now I'm training for an Ironman, a half Ironman. I used to work out, I've been working out since I was 13 years old. But I'm on the Arnold split, if you guys know what that is. But at the same time, like I used to work out for like 2 hours a day, but I don't have the same amount of time that I used to actually like work out like in the gym. So for example, I woke up at 5:30 a.m. this morning, and I already ran. I got my run in for the day, and I'll probably do a bike after the stream. And then I'll be on later tonight. I'll probably be hanging out in the co-working channel in the Discord if you guys want to hang out there. So I'll probably stream, and then I'll go get a bike ride in because it's nice out right now. And then I'll be back online in the co-working just to chat with the community and hang out with you guys. We'll probably be on later. Unless we do a 12-hour stream, of course. All right, here we go. Whew. I want my phone to fall. Whew. Freezing. Okay. Is that agent gun one in the top? Is that one done yet? That's one that I care about. We'll see. Go. Jeez. All right, here's my Windows machine. Piano. Woo! All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. All right, chat, I am back. I'm gonna go get dried off real quick. It looks like this one's still working. This one's super important, but literally I think that we'll be able to test this here soon. Looks like this pushed. This one's still working. These two agents are still working, so this looks good. I'm gonna go get dried off and I'll be right back. Let's go, guys. All right, I'm back. Let's go. You guys like this? See the shirt? That's right. I mean, if you have the merch, it's pretty much like you graduated, right? I mean, if you wear the t-shirt, it's not like somebody's gonna ask you, oh, did you graduate? Did you go to Harvard? Like, I mean, if you wear the shirt, they're just gonna assume that you did. So if anybody asks, you know, I'm a Harvard grad. All right, let's get back into it. All right, this one's still working. Whoa, this one's been working for a while. This one here is just finishing up. This one, I think it hit its context limit. Let's just do this one manually. But what's up, chat? We are back. What's up? What's up? What's up? Somebody asked what my DJ Vision asked what my body fat percentage was. My body fat percentage, I have not tested it. I would say it's probably under 10. But I actually have no idea what it is. All right, let's go over here and let's push this code to the master branch, which did it already push? Let's see here. Oops, sorry. All right, 25 minutes ago. Okay, perfect. Actually, already did. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. So let's pull View Creator back up. Let me do some tab management here and get this cleaned up. Okay. Okay. So here's View Creator. Here's what we're working on. We got 12 more minutes left in this sprint. So what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to make it so that we do have this, so that content banks, instead of them being connected to profiles, what I want to do is I want them to be independent of themselves, so that we connect content banks to profiles instead of the other way around, where you have to create a profile and then that profile only has one content bank. I'd rather have content banks that I can organize in specific ways and then just hook as many content banks as I want up to the profiles. That's a better approach. That's what I learned in View Creator V1. And like I said, I mean, most of the scaffolding for this is already built out. There's other things that we'll be able to add, but we could potentially ship this as soon as today. That wasn't really my goal for today. My goal was to get this working so that we can actually post from View Creator to like X and stuff, but we'll see here. We'll evaluate this and see what happens once we actually get this content bank set up correctly. Okay, we're good to go. Let's get it. How's everybody doing? Supplements, what do you mean supplements? Like me, like all I do is protein. Like I do whatever it's called, the dieting where you like don't eat for, what's it called? Like I had breakfast this morning and I won't eat till like 5. That's why you don't see me eat on the stream a ton. Okay, looks like this one is working through. All right, what's our like goal, chat? We're at what, 500 likes, 546 likes. Let's get to like goal equals 600 likes. Let's get to 600 likes, chat, just to do it. Intermittent fasting, that's what it's called. That's what it's called. Intermittent fasting is what it's called. Yeah. Yeah, intermittent fasting. Okay, this looks like it's done, so let's see if we can actually go back to this. Okay, so over here, can I go to content bank? Okay, this is an issue. Let's fix this. Fix this here. Okay, and then up on the board, we do have some BridgeBench stuff. I have some exciting announcements for BridgeBench. We'll get to that, though, after the sprint is over. I'll go over that here in a minute. And we'll work on it as well. But I think we've been making a ton of progress on View Creator, and I think that we could potentially do those things simultaneously. Also, this computer use in Claude Code, do you guys want to try this? So this just came out. Computer use is now in Claude Code. Jeez, this is insane. Already has 75,000 views. Okay, so how do you set this up? So, okay, is there a way to set this up? In one prompt, Claude can write code, compile it, launch the app, click through it, find the bug, fix it, and verify the fix. That's insane. Okay, so here's the docs for it. I'm going to drop this in the chat so everybody can check it out. All right, here's the docs for it. So let Claude use your computer from the CLI. Enable computer use in the Claude Code CLI so Claude can use apps. Yada, yada, yada. Build and validate native apps. if you have an MCP server for the service, Claude uses that. Okay. All right, let's try this. What's the command to update to the latest version of Claude Code? Claude update. Okay, so we're gonna run a Claude update here. Claude update. All right, so it's up to date, so you don't even need to make sure that this is toggled on. All right, so I just dropped it in. Okay, so it did say that it fixed this issue. That was the bug. Let's see. All right, let's see this. All right, content bank. All right, create first bank. Test content bank. All right, create content bank. Content bank created. But then why is it not show? Do I have to refresh? I don't think there's an endpoint. I don't see an endpoint that will actually pull in the content banks that I've created, create the endpoint for this. It's not showing it in the UI review and update accordingly. So I just created this content bank. Oh, whoa, whoa, okay, that's why. All right, so a ton of errors here. Review and fix this. Claude upgrade. Claude. All right, people in the chat are saying Claude upgrade. So if you just run Claude upgrade. All right, so it says that it's up to date. So run MCP in your Claude code session. Find computer use in the list. So run MCP. And then I don't see computer use in the list though. I don't see computer use in the list though. All right, I'm not seeing computer use in the list. What's up with that? Computer use only appears if all of these are true. I'm on Mac OS, Pro or Max plan, authenticated. I definitely... Review this. Why is it not giving me the perms? Why can I not see Claude computer use? What's the database that did I opt for MongoDB or something else? No, I've got a pretty traditional database setup. I'm using AWS RDS. I'm having Postgres instance. I'm using Aurora. Okay, so this did just release, right? Claude computer use inside of Claude Code. I want you to do this for me. Of course I want you to do it for me. What do I look like? Restart Claude Code? I want you to restart Claude Code for me. Restart? I mean, I'm pretty sure I already did, didn't I? Let's run it again. Claude. MCP. There it is. Okay, there it is. Okay, I'm now seeing it. Thank you, chat. What would I do without you guys? All right, so we're now seeing it. So Claude computer use. All right, so let's make it quick. All right, so let's enable this. All right, enable. All right, I need to make a quick post about this. Okay, so what does this even do? So now, so I can use this. I want you to use computer use to be able to launch the View Creator mobile app and review the UI of the mobile app in the iOS simulator. I mean, Like, this would be a typical, like, you would use it, but is it going to take control of my computer, or what's going to happen here? Let me start by taking a screenshot to see the current state of your screen. Cannot read. Okay. Cannot read. It looks like there's an issue with the computer use accessibility permissions. Oh. Okay, well, what do I need to turn on so that you can use computer use? Alright, so I need to go to System Settings, Privacy and Security, find the application that runs the computer use MCP server. Okay. I mean, computer use, like, while you're at the computer, if I'm at my computer and I can't even use this. Okay, open System Settings, Privacy and Security. Accessibility. Okay, so this is what I'm looking at, chat. So I don't see anything where it would... It looks like everything's turned on. Look at the screenshot. It looks like everything is turned on as needed. Do I need a... Yeah. Alright, so maybe I need to retest it, chat saying. Use computer use, and I want you to open up the View Creator mobile app using a terminal and review the UI. Apple versus Anthropic, yeah. Yeah, so Alex, I'm totally with you on the Mac Minis. Yeah, I'm honestly gonna get them, at least one of them set up. One of them set up and we use Claude computer use, maybe we can put it in the background or something, I'm not sure. Yeah, for a VM. Yeah, I like that idea, Alex. Yeah, a bunch of issues with this, it looks like. Oh, whoa, okay. Okay, it did just pull up the... It did just pull it up here. But it's not really using my computer like it was. That looks like just like browser use. To me. I mean, I do have this connected. MCP. Whoa, it said failed. Can you see this? Reconnect. Alright, there we go. Check Discord. What for? This is View Creator. We're working on View Creator V2 here. All right, let's, speaking of that, let's check this content bank, test bank. All right, it says, wait, hold up. It says content bank created, but then it gives me an issue here. All right, what's this? What's causing this? Fix this error that I'm getting. We already did the cold plunge. We're just setting a light goal just to set a light goal right now. Maybe at 700 or something, we'll do something. All right. These two, this is, I'm not really seeing, it says iPhone 16 simulator booted, but I don't see it anywhere on my computer. Oh, here it is. Oh, wow. Okay. So it did open up the, this functions differently than what I'm used to here. It needs to install the right Expo Go version. Let me install it. I mean, I thought I already had the right one. Eper said, I noticed that you never use slur words even in situations where Grok charged you $100. That's a very rare trait. Thank you, man. Yeah, I try not to be, you know, swear. Okay. Swipe to the right, go to the next page. Yeah, I mean, it's Expo Go. All right, here is View Creator. This is looking a lot better. So connect content bank, create first, test. Content bank created, test is empty. Okay, nice. Test, test, test. Okay, so now we have, okay, multiple content banks, nice. Okay. Great work. Output the structure of the content bank table, just in a table format for me to review the columns. All right, let's check out the columns of this. I'm not super impressed by this computer use. It's functioning differently than the actual app. Like, this isn't functioning what we're used to. Because if I was using this Claude via the app, Claude would be like, it would be actually taking control of my computer. Output the schema of the profile content banks table so I can see that. Hey, W. Dan is here. W. Dan said 700 and you'll deploy 70 sub agents 7 times. Hope the grind is solid today. Yeah, W. Dan, what's up, man? How's it going? It's going pretty good. Yeah, it's yeah, this is not working correctly. Let's close out of this. I don't know what's going on here. Is the MCP, is it deprecated here? Oh, it is saying failed. Reconnect. What happened to the old structure of content banks, the one that had the media type? Look at a past version in the Git history for reference. The new structure of these new content banks don't even support the ability for different content types, for example, images or videos. Yeah, the ARR did jump from 44K to a 57K. It's weird because, you know, it doesn't really, like... Was it really only 11 days? Is that how long it's been? 11 days? It jumped that much in 11 days? What am I building? So I'm building a couple things right now. So you can go to bridgemind.ai, you can go to viewcreator.ai and kind of learn a little bit about what we're doing. Here's BridgeMind. So we have a suite of vibe coding tools, and then we also are building out. Okay, this is the right bank. So content bank items. Okay. Okay, content bank items. Okay, that's what I meant. So show me the tables, both content bank and content bank items. So how this works is you have a profile, content banks, content bank items. That's the database architecture there. So this is what it looks like from an architecture standpoint. So content banks, so you have ID, user ID, name, description, very, very simple. Then content bank ID, content bank items. So that looks right. Yes. How do content banks connect to profiles? Show me the profile table as well. Is BridgeBase set up as a registered app on your privacy terms? If not, you may hit snags. Well, yeah, it's here. Let's pull up system settings. So on accessibility here, this is what I'm seeing on accessibility. Yeah, it is saying check accessibility, but look, it is set. Yeah, look at this. Allow the applications below to control your computer. BridgeBase is one of those applications. Okay, so there's a join table. Okay, that's fine. So somebody in the chat just asked me how I don't lose motivation. That's a good question. I mean, first of all, like, I just do enjoy what I do. So for example, like, I enjoy what I do. So I like building things. I like entrepreneurship. I like vibe coding. I like all these things. Okay, it's still failing. Yeah. You guys see this? So it's failed again. If I do MCP, is it failing again? Connected. Try to use computer use to be able to review my computer screen. How about this? At 600 likes, I'm gonna launch 20 agents on Claude Code to do some task. We'll launch a 20 agent swarm to do something. Yeah, it's still having connectivity issues. And I may not be granted. I'm telling you guys, it's click Claude. I mean, it's what the heck? I mean, it says that it's connected here. Trying a completely new terminal window. Okay. And it's still failing here. Use computer use. Okay, great work. I now need you to look at the user interface on the profiles page and improve it so that we can add content banks there and connect content banks to profiles. Am I the new Terry Davis? All right, we did just pass 600, so let's I'm a man of my word. I want you to launch 20 sub-agents and do a thorough review of the View Creator UI new website. Note that I like how people ask if they can be my editor and then they spam the chat. Like, that's gonna help. Yeah, you've just been hidden. Okay. Right now, the website has not been built out. We need to add in a blog page with a couple simple hard-coded blogs. We need to add in an about page. We need to make this a complete site, and we need to completely revamp it. I want you to use the front-end design skill and make this a more modern application with a rounded look. For example, right now all the buttons are not rounded, they're very sharp. I want you to make this a more sleek website. Right now we've had this nice light and black theme, but I want to change this to be a more thorough, lightly colored design that is still modern, but it needs to be a complete website. Do a complete review and revamp of the website using the front-end design skill and these 20 agents to create a complete site. Watch this, guys. This was the prompt that I was about to paste in to launch 20 sub-agents, but this prompt is not very well written. I want you to now take this prompt and actually, using prompt engineering best practices, write the system prompt for this, output the system prompt in the chat. Yeah, light goal complete. Yeah, so we're gonna launch 20 sub-agents, but in order to actually like get the most out of this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna have this agent actually write the system prompt. So this is a good approach to use, is to have another agent write system prompts. It's actually like better. Yeah, I'm gonna change the website UI. Okay, let's pull this up here. We'll let that one write, but let's go over to profiles. So profiles need to link to content banks. So let's see. Okay, so profiles. So now if I go here, brand assets. Why can I not see anything? I did not see those changes actually take effect when I'm in profiles, and on the profile view page, I'm unable to see anything related to content banks there. Note that we want to use next 16. Try that again. Somebody said they just tuned in. What are we doing to View Creator? Yeah, so you guys can see View Creator here. So I think that we may be able to actually get this shipped today. The faster we can ship this, the better. But we've made a lot of progress. We have these agents working now where you can just set up presets. So the presets are a lot better than what we had before, because it was too complicated. So with presets, really all you need is you need to have a single image agent. You need to have it should be renamed like multi-image instead of carousel, and then you have short video, right? So you can use this preset, and we can just say short video automation, BridgeBench profile, and then let's say that we connect it to these, right? So let's see, do we have to refresh this? So here's the new short video automation, and it's connected to those socials that you guys just saw that it connected to. But here it is now, and this, if we actually go to it, hold on here. What's the issue here? Bug in this page. Let's fix this bug. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna launch 20 agents here. Launch 20 agents to complete this. Here's the system prompt. Ooh, I reached my limit. I reached the limit for my own product. I've been using it all day. I want you to launch 20 agents to complete this. Where can you learn vibe coding? This is a pretty good way to learn. 1 month sub giveaway at 750 likes. Let's do this. Let's do another giveaway right now. We've got 336 people watching. Let's do a quick giveaway here. All right, let's do a giveaway. This giveaway is going to be 10 minutes. And the winner of this giveaway, start a 10-minute timer, is going to get 1 month free. 1 month free of Bridge Space. And then if we get 750 likes, we'll do another giveaway. So whoever's active in the chat, you can see like right now there's 7 users that are eligible for this. Let's go. All right, so this is building out a complete website. All right, let's go back over here. So this is the agent builder. So you guys can see now that this is like, we've made it so that with these presets, it's much easier, right? Like you don't have to actually build them yourself. What is up with this? What is this issue here? Fix the bug on this page. All right, so we made a ton of progress. So now if we go to connected accounts, let's reset. All right, so now if we go to connected accounts, you guys can see that I've connected all these accounts, right? I've even connected my Reddit. Like, that's crazy. My Reddit's now connected. You guys don't need to spam as long as you're active. Like, add value to the chat. Don't spam the chat, guys. Don't spam the chat. As long as you're active, like as long as you say something that you're active throughout the next 10 minutes, you'll be entered into the giveaway. Okay, let's go to profiles. So now if I go to profiles, you can see content bank. So now I can hook up a content bank. So connected. Perfect. Okay, so now if I refresh, go to content banks, these are both connected. Okay, that is actually perfect, chat. Okay. Call to action management has been removed. Have call to actions actually been removed? Review this. So check this out. So we have these 10 agents, 11 agents now. It's going to be 20 agents. We'll see how fast we hit our limits here, though, with this new Claude rate limiting deal. But what's my technical background before I started vibe coding? Yeah, so I went to Purdue University. My freshman year in college, I had a 4.0. My sophomore year is kind of where I decided that I probably wasn't going to pursue finance. I wanted to be an entrepreneur, and I wanted to build things. And I was always into software development. When I was like 17 years old, I was really into game development and stuff. So I taught myself how to program, and about 6 months before ChatGPT came out, I was like really into programming. I was reading textbooks. I was taking lessons on Codecademy. And then once I saw ChatGPT, I saw that, okay, this is probably the direction that software development is heading. So I decided to go all in on using AI to program instead of just programming manually. And it's worked out very well because obviously that's the way that things have now headed. Is that it's completely gone in this new direction of, you know, this is it, right? Also, let's, I want to start we're going to do a new timer here. 30 more minutes on View Creator here. We want to add this back in. This helped with linking things in the description or in captions where we wanted a call to action, whether it be subscribe to the main channel or a coupon code or something back to a website. Call to actions are very important to profiles. Yeah, call to actions are really important. Sir Jeff, thank you, man. I appreciate it for the dono. He's paying to play. He's paying to play. All right. So it looks like all of these are now completed. 17 out of the 20 agents have completed. Okay. 18 are done. I wonder how much this taxes your usage now. Oof. I'm using my Claude Code plan, not the API. Great work. I now want you to write a similar prompt, but for... what background agent models do you use, and when is it a good time to use them? Newbie coder learning from the ground up. When you say background agent models, are you talking about agents that I have? Hold on, help me understand that. Don't worry, they're not bribing. They're not bribing. Actually, when you guys donate, it actually helps these fund the giveaways. Because as you guys know, I don't, my main source of income, like, I'm not making money off of YouTube. I've decided, like, monetization is smart to turn on. Because it's like, hey, if I can make, you know, an extra $1,000 from YouTube or something like that, then I can put all that into marketing, right? Like, why wouldn't you do that? Just a thought, but I never want my main income to be like from YouTube or anything. Oh, the 15 to 17 I'm running right now. So these are all Claude Sonnet 4.6 agents. So let's actually see what this did. So these were 20 agents that ran. Let's actually check out the results here now. And just again, like that auth bug, like I said. All right, so this is the website that it created. First of all, my eyes, I'm blinded. Gosh, this is so bad. This is so basic. Time to get away from Apple. Super Combo's gonna ship me a new keyboard. Yeah, this is mid. This is so mid. It even removed the, not it. Yeah, that looks terrible. The website that you created is terrible. It was just completely white. It had no design. I actually liked what was there before better. I liked the darker, sleeker design. You just made a complete white cookie cutter website. I want you to launch another 20 agents that will try this again. Also note that with View Creator, really the ultimate goal is automated virality. You can review the functionality with the AI agents and content banks and profiles, and that's what the content should be about. Completely update the website, launch another 20 agents, and try again. All right, we'll do another 20 agents. But the question here is, what was the usage on that, right? Like, let's look at usage. 20 agents, 29% used. So I will say the usage when you're in Sonnet is a lot better than when you're in Opus 4.6, because Opus 4.6, it defaults to that 1 million model now, right? So Sonnet 4.6 isn't as intelligent, but hey, you're able to launch 20 agents. I mean, I bet if I launch, I mean, we can try this with Opus agents if you guys want. Let's try it. Let's try it with Opus agents. Let's change the model. So let's change the model to, wait, I was using Opus, right? Or was using Sonnet? What? That was Opus? Oh, wait, then guys, I'm literally wrong with what I was saying. I was using Opus for that. Launch another 20 agents and make sure that you use the front-end design skill. No, so I actually was using Opus for this. Jeez, that's like so bad then. No, I don't like, we can easily add light mode, dark mode, but it's like, light mode, dark mode is, oh, continue, sorry. Okay, let's test View Creator to see if this is now working. Let's just test this, okay, chat? Also, we have 47 seconds left on our giveaway, so if you guys want to enter the giveaway, let's see here. Right now, there are 60 eligible users, so if you guys are just, you know, lurking in the chat, make sure that you guys comment in the chat. $61. You guys have another 25 seconds, 23 seconds if you guys want to join the giveaway. The giveaway is for a free month of Bridge Space. Okay. Oh. All right, timer's up. Choose winner. 71 users. All right, Graystead Homestead is the winner. So this guy won. He's gonna get a month free of BridgeMind Pro. Congrats, man. Do you have anything to say? What do you have to say for yourself? Make sure you join the Discord, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, BridgeSpace. The recent updates for BridgeSpace are pretty significant improvements. If you guys haven't tried it already, it's pretty good. I have not seen him say anything. If he doesn't respond, then we're gonna re-roll. You have to respond to claim. You have to say something. All right, it's trying to V2 here. All right, we'll give him another 60 seconds to say something, and if he doesn't say anything, then we'll re-roll. Somebody was botting with the likes. Yeah, we're gonna need to fix this here. So somebody botted the likes, and now the likes are going down. All right, let's see here. All right, so we'll give him another 30 seconds to claim, but I don't know. I don't think he may not still be here, so he's not saying anything. Yeah, somebody botted the likes. I don't know who it was, but people do that. People just want the cold plunge so bad. I need you to review the logic associated with the content banks and make sure that when I'm on that page that I can actually upload videos and images respectively to the content banks. Right now I can't. Make sure that I can upload content to the content banks, and that when I'm clicked into a particular content bank that I can see the content that's uploaded to that particular content bank. Okay, so we're going to re-roll this. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. He didn't say anything. So the new winner is JD Pierce. JD Pierce, are you here? You've got 2 minutes to claim. You just re-rolled, so let's see. Let's see if he says anything. He's got 2 minutes. All right, Ultimate Shot said, so the way Claude Code computer use works is you tell it to give access to a specific app, and it will then ask you to give permission. So if you say on computer use access BridgeSpace, it should ask access BridgeSpace. I'm still not seeing anything from JD Pierce here. Nothing from JD Pierce yet. So we may have to re-roll. I don't know. What do you guys think? Hey, OG Tessie. Also, OG Tessie, I made you a moderator for the VC mod. Oh my gosh, it's so nice out, chat. I'm definitely going to go for a 20-mile bike ride today, so this is my plan for the day. I've been working since 5:30. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to work. We're doing a 5-hour stream today. I need to go for this bike ride, and then I'm going to make the GLM 5.1 video. I may post it tonight, but I think it may be too late by the time I'm done with it. And then I will be back online. I'll be in the co-working channel on the Discord. Like, if you guys haven't joined the BridgeBench Discord community, I would highly recommend that you do. This is the fastest growing vibe coding community on the internet. I'll be hanging out in this co-working channel later tonight. I'm going to drop another link in the chat. There's also, it's pinned in the description as well, but make sure that you join. the Discord community if you haven't already. Okay, we'll give him another 10 seconds and then we'll re-roll to see. But it looks like he is not yet claiming, so... A vlog? You guys want a vlog? Alright, we're gonna re-roll, let's go. Alright, Crick. You won the giveaway, let's see if he's here. Hey, let's go. Congrats, man. Alright, so he's gonna win a free month of BridgeMind Pro. Congratulations. I'm gonna send a message here. All right, so make sure you just, you know, respond to me. So you said thanks. So congrats, man. Congrats. I may have already gifted my Claude subscriptions. Let's see here. What's the command to gift Claude subscriptions? Yeah, the computer use is not working for me. I don't know why. All right, also, if you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, let's do a quick sub check. We stopped doing sub checks a while ago, but we are steadily climbing. I think YouTube is bugging out. Their analytics system is bugging out right now, actually. So I can't even check subs. Yeah. I guess I can, never mind. All right, we're at 56,779. 28 days ago, we were at 51,000. But the thing is that there haven't really been many models released, so it's been a slow time for vibe coding, that's for sure. All right, apparently I can run guest pass / guest. Or no, it's passes. Oh, it looks like I've got 2 guest passes left. Here you guys go. If you guys want guest passes, whoever wants them, you guys can use it. Here's the referral code. First come, first serve. There's 2 guest passes left, so have at it, chat. If you get the guest passes, just drop a W in the chat and let me know that you got it. All right. Also, it looks like this is the revamp v2 is done. So let's see what these 20 agents were able to do here. All right, let's go to localhost 3010 here. Oh my gosh, that looks so bad. I mean, chat, like people say, like in Design Arena, it's ranked #1. But when I see this, I don't feel like it's #1. All right, so we launched 2 batches of 20 agents. Let's see where we're at usage-wise. Oh my gosh, yes, that used up like 13% of our 5-hour usage. That's a lot. That's a lot. Yeah, it's so bad. I mean, that's like the most basic site I've ever seen. It's like got purple gradients. I mean, literally how basic does this get, chat? That's so bad. WDN, I did try Impeccable, yeah. I actually have it downloaded still. So I can do like an audit right now using Impeccable. Wow, that looks awful. I want to completely revert back to what we had initially. Yeah. It's just gonna... Man, that's why I use Git, chat. That's crazy, though. I mean, I'm surprised at how bad that is. What am I doing? So I just launched 2 batches of 20 agents to test this. But this one here is making it so we can drag and drop content. So if you guys look at this, so this is View Creator, the part in the website here. but we're about to make it so that we can actually upload files here. And then once we can upload files, we'll be able to test this connected accounts. Like, the cool part about this is we're even going to be able to test Reddit, right? Like, we'll be able to test Reddit, X, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram. There's a lot that we're going to be able to test here now. Like, watch this. So profiles. Let's test this new wizard. Oh, so you can even see this limit reached, right? So manage on billing page. So I want to add in an extra profile for $20 a month. So I just added this on. So now I can go back to profiles. Can I refresh? All right, it's now one of two. Probably gonna have to update the state there. Okay, this wizard is a lot better. So here's the wizard for creating a profile. So I'm just gonna generate this with AI, right? So let's drop in bridgemind.ai, right? And we'll see how good this is. We switched this over to use Gemini 3 Pro. Time to drop out, get the cursor tat, use Composer 3 only, and get 100K in cursor credits. Yeah, I mean, well, I've got 15K in cursor credits right now. Not terrible. All right. This is a better wizard for sure. Use the front-end design skill to significantly improve the styling of this page. Okay, let's see if we can actually upload content now to the content banks. So upload files, and then let's just upload something random, right? Like MRR. Okay, I don't think we have our S3 bucket connected, or what's up here? Okay, hold up here. What caused this? Profile grid. Oh, I know what's going on here. Access the AWS account and make sure that you add localhost 3005 so that we don't get this error here. Review and find the S3 bucket associated with this so that we can get this working locally. Let me know when you're done. I don't think cursor is dead. You did a terrible job on this, and I want to revert to what this was before we launched both batches of 20 agents. It looked better before. I mean, that is crazy. I said I'm sorry about that. Both rounds missed the mark. I literally ran through so much of my usage for that garbage. All right, guys, I am going to grab a quick snack. I'm going to grab some protein yogurt and I'm going to get some protein yogurt and some oats, and I'll be back. Let's get a couple of these agents working for us, though. I want you to update the limit for the size. The size that's too small of limits for the sizing. For example, 25 megabytes and 100 megabytes, that's too small. Improve that so we can upload larger file sizes. No. Oh my gosh. All right. This thing is so dumb. I'm pretty sure we shipped all the updates. Didn't we, chat? Didn't we ship all the updates? I don't want to, like, roll something back that no longer works. Jeez, look how bad this looks, though. So this was we launched 20 agents, right? And we had Claude create this for us, and it just looks terrible. I mean, we can test out Gemini CLI, or let's do this. Let's test out anti-gravity. So I still do have my my Google AI Ultra plan, the $250 a month one. So we can use that real quick, and we'll do this, chat. We'll do this. We'll test this out because I think that this is a better way to test UI. And this is what's so weird is that, like, if we pull up the leaderboards for Design Arena, like, what is actually the best at websites, right? I mean, oh. We could test GLM 5.1 with this. Guys, I think that we should test GLM 5.1. Let's do that. Because look at this. I've heard that GLM is actually pretty good at front-end design. I know that it was crapping out on us earlier. Yeah, so a couple people are asking about GLM. I mean, so earlier I was using GLM, and even if we go to BridgeBench, I do want to show this to you guys because this is what I see in BridgeBench. The speed it's the slowest model that we've even tested in BridgeBench. 44 tokens per second, super slow. But you can also chalk that up to a couple different things. But do you guys want me to test GLM 5.1 on the front end design here? Can I use it in Cursor? Is that best to just use it in Cursor? Let's do that. Okay, let's do this, chat. So I've got Cursor pulled up here. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Because I need to make a video on this, and if I don't have, like, maybe this can be the subject of the video, right? Okay, somebody said that they've got hands-first experience. GLM 5 is actually fantastic at front-end design. Well, let's see how good it is 5.1. So I did buy the max plan. So I have the GLM max coding plan. So if you guys look at this, if you guys go to my subscription here, what you're going to see is I did buy the GLM coding max plan so that I could test this. So let's create an API key real quick. So I'm just going to say cursor. This is my cursor API key. All right, and I'm going to paste this into cursor here. So you guys can't see this. Just for a second, I'm going to hide my screen so that I can paste this API key. This is like super sensitive. So I want to make sure that, we're careful with this. All right, I just pasted it into cursor. Wait, where'd it go? All right, I'll just copy it again. There was some issue with my computer. I don't know where it went. Yeah, I don't know where my key went. All right, so if you do use cursor, you can enter it here. So you can override the base URL, and then you pretty much just paste it in here. So you enable this, and then what do you change this to? Okay. So using GLM 5.1 encoding agent, isn't there an endpoint that they have here somewhere? Okay, so the base URL is this one. All right, so you change the base URL to this, and then now I can add in a custom model, and then I'm pretty sure I can just do GLM 5.1, and then I can click add. So this will knock off our goal on our list of being able to test GLM 5.1. Where'd it go? Where'd he go? No. Alright. Hello there. All right. What model are you? Drew, what's up? Yeah, the progress is pretty good. Okay, so this is GLM 5.1 made by Zippo AI. Okay. Is that even the correct way to pronounce it? I don't know. So right now what we're doing is we are going to completely revamp the front-end design. So this is the design that Opus 4.6 created. And honestly, it may even be worth branching this so I can show this in my YouTube video that I'm going to make later today to just kind of show the differences. So I'm just going to say Opus 4.6. So let's push this. Yeah, so here's what I'm going to do. So like you guys know, whoa. All right, this was a terrible website. I want you to do an in-depth review of the front-end design of View Creator, which I absolutely hate. The design is so cookie-cutter, not unique at all. Yeah, I liked the black and white style more as well. We need to completely revamp the styling of the website to be custom. Make it just a simple black and white theme, but make it use ShadCN and make it be incredibly unique. I mean, it was, oh man. It was so good before. Hold on, let's check out Dev real quick. I'm gonna do something real quick, guys. So let's pull up a terminal here. And what I wanna do is I just wanna, all right, let's cd into View Creator UI new here. And let's run git checkout dev. Is it? Oh, let's fetch. What? Okay. Okay. Let's check out the main branch and just make sure that the... Alright. Oh, whoa. It is definitely not at that branch. I promise you it is not. Oh, there it is. Now it is. Okay. I am using skills, yes. Okay, so here's what it looks like now, okay? So this is what it looks like, okay? So I just want to make sure that this actually does work. So yes, the design is really sleek. I just want to make sure it needs to be significantly improved. I just want to make sure that this still works and that the... Okay. That we're only focusing in on the UI functionality and we're not breaking anything. So we are going to be testing out the newly released GLM 5.1 on its UI capabilities. GLM 5 is pretty good. I just want to make sure we don't break anything here. Ooh. All right, what do we got? 401. Oh, I guess I've already used that one before. What? How's it even possible? There we go. Okay. Now we're authenticating. For the front end, did I try Google's Stitch or its MCP? I have not tried that yet, no. Where does the money mainly come from when you make revenue? So you can go check out bridgebind.ai. That's where all of the ARR that you're seeing is coming from. Okay, perfect. So yeah, so this does work. So we can actually now use GLM to test this. That did work. Okay, cool. All right, so let's now drop in a prompt to GLM 5.1. Right now, the existing UI is pretty good, but it's not really a complete website. It's very basic. It doesn't really say a lot about View Creator. It only has 2 pages. Also, some of the pages aren't good for mobile friendliness, and the buttons are just very sharp, and they can be rounded, and it can be more modern. I want you to significantly improve the styling of the website, add in more pages like a blog page, an about page, and other pages that are needed. I also want you to make the landing page longer, add a call to action, add a discount code for 50% off for the launch of View Creator V2. I also want you to improve the onboarding flow. Right now, the forms for sign up and sign in page are very long, and we need to significantly improve everything. I want you to review in depth and then significantly improve the UI of the entirety of the website. All right, very basic prompt. So this is GLM 5.1. We'll see. What I've seen so far from GLM 5.1 is kind of like a typical GLM model. It's not super reliable. I have some issues with it. It's very slow, but we'll see how this one does. We'll test this and see what it's able to create. So it wants to switch into plan mode, so we'll let it do that. We'll let it plan out something first. I'm gonna grab that food. I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick, but this is GLM 5.1, so I will let you guys know. This is with the GLM max coding plan, so the rate limits are off the charts. It's max rate limits. If you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. Right now, we've got 364 people watching. The like goal is 650 likes. So if you guys are watching, haven't already liked the stream, make sure you do so. We're going to do another giveaway a little bit later in the stream. But with that being said, I will be right back. I'm just going to go to the bathroom and grab some food. It's looking good. Slow. Alright, I think you got the FBI cam working. WDN said, is it deploying Composer 2 subagents here? Let's see. No, it's GLN 5.1, right? I don't think it can. It literally wouldn't even be able to deploy. Right? It seems like the tool outputs aren't, there's some issue here. Do not launch subagents. Hold on, let's retest this because it was hitting issues. All right, hold on, let me see if, oops. Okay. All right, I think this is good, right? All right, hold on, I'm gonna adjust this real quick. All right, we're good now. All right, cool. Let's go. All right, this is what I got for a snack. Nature Valley. My girlfriend got me these. And Oikos. So these are good for protein. And then these are really healthy. These are only 3 grams of sugar. It's not even added sugar. 3 grams of sugar and 20 grams of protein. How do you market things? So I mean, like the it's kind of like interesting because you guys get to see my marketing process, right? You know, now it's crazy because if you guys have been watching BridgeBench for a while, I don't know, there's a lot of you guys that lurk around, but also, you know, I see a lot of familiar faces around as well. But you know, over the last 156 days, it's not like I started from zero, right? 0 revenue, 0 following, 0 marketing. Like, I didn't even understand how to do the marketing. And, you know, what's cool is that, you know, now I've learned so much about marketing and I've learned how to do the marketing, where if you guys get to see some of it on the streams, but I'll be posting on X where let's just pull up X, for example. Yeah, you got to get some granola, OG Testy. Yeah, Bridge Snack, what's up? Okay, but look at this. Even during the stream, right? I'll show you guys like just some, oh shoot, sorry. I didn't want to. All right. So X is a huge way to do marketing. And while GLM 5.1 works over here, I'll kind of show you guys the marketing here. So for example, all right, this post that I made 1 hour ago has 14,000 views, 134 likes, 43 comments. This one here from 2 hours ago has 10,000 views. And this was literally the one that I just said 68% of the BridgeBench community is having problems, right? This one here, 9.3K. This one here, 12K. This one here, 6.5K. This one here, 30K. And that one was 6 hours ago, right? So what you guys are seeing is like the way that I'm approaching marketing is I'm just trying to become like a very reliable brand in the vibe coding AI space, period, right? Where, hey, people, they know what plans I'm on, they know my perspective on things, and hey, I have that position because you guys know, like, I'm kind of like an anti-hyper. If something's good, I'll draw attention to it. If something's bad, I'll also draw attention to that. There's people like Alex Finn that kind of are just like hypers. So, for example, the Claude Mythos thing, which is like, nobody knows if that's even legitimate. And even if it is legitimate, like if that article is true, literally in the article, it said, this is an insanely expensive model that is only going to be available to enterprise users, right? Like it doesn't even affect subscription like the normal average user, right? Which that's cool. But then like a couple hours later, I see Alex Finn pumping the living daylights out of this thing, and I'm like, yeah, that's just like not the approach that I want to take. So, you know, obviously he's had a lot of a success. So, you know, I'm going to put some respect on his name. That's not the approach that I want to take, just so that you guys are aware of that, you know, so. No, this is real yogurt. Man, this is slow. And somebody said, don't use cursor for GLM 5.1, use Z code. All right. Let's do it. Can you guys confirm that this is actually by ZAI? Because it's not working in cursor, so. All right, just download Z code. Hopefully it's not a virus. Okay, this is what we want to see. What if it's like super fast with Z code? Oh, sorry about the echo. I know what's causing it. There we go. Thanks, guys. Okay, open Z code. Well, that didn't work. Oh, there we go. Okay, hello. Can I add in GLM 5.1? So this is Z code from ZAI. Is Minimax M2.7 worse than GLM 5.1? Well, in terms of reliability, I think Minimax M2.1 is better. I can't even like use this right now. Can I use this? What model are you? What? Using Claude Opus 4.6. What? Guys, are you kidding me right now? Yeah, I've got the Mac Minis up there. They're in the Mac Mini graveyard. I mean, I'm trying to test GLM 5.1 for you guys, because I'm going to need to make a video on this later. But yeah, I'm just struggling to set it up. I probably just need to add in, hold on, let's try this. ZAI coding agent. Okay, so I need to pass in this. We're gonna do a giveaway for the Mac Mini here soon. There's gonna be an event that we're gonna do here soon. Okay, I'm gonna copy one of my API keys now. Okay, hold up. Okay. All right, new task. Hello, what model are you? This is Z code from ZAI. We're trying to use the GLM 5.1 to test the UI capabilities. All right, 404. Oh my gosh, chat. Nah, the Anthropic endpoint wouldn't work because we already tried. Look, when we tried the Anthropic endpoint, it literally was just using maybe we can use computer use. Use computer use and help me properly get the newly released GLM 5.1 hooked up with my Z code. Alright, so we're going to use computer use and just have computer use do this for us. So this is Claude computer use. Co-work is king. Let's see if let's see how fast it reveals my API key. It's definitely going to reveal it, I feel like. I feel it coming. I definitely feel it coming. It's going to be like, let me just take a peek at it and make sure it's there. All right, but this is Claude Code computer use. Whatever. If we reveal it, we reveal it. If we reveal it, free API key giveaway. Yeah, they didn't announce computer use in Claude Code yet. Also, we've got 396 people watching right now. If you guys are watching, haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. This is the home of the vibe coding movement. If you guys are unfamiliar with BridgeMind, this is the home of the vibe coding movement. So make sure you guys Like, subscribe, join the Discord. Yeah, co-work is king. All right, geez, I forgot that Claude computer use actually is super slow. You guys can see that it has control, but is there something I need to do? Does it need permission to use something? Oh, yes. Yes, allow. All right, let's see what it does. Oh, now it's on my other screen. Oh my gosh. You just switched to my other monitor. I don't know, chat. Yeah. Yeah, WDN said he can't get himself to do real work with the Claude desktop. I mean, I'm having issues as well right now. Yeah. It's, I'm trying to test GLM 5.1, but I just can't. Super bad experience inside of Cursor. Super bad experience inside of Claude Code. Like, I'm starting to feel like this isn't, I mean, this isn't my fault. I have this set to GLM 5.1. Like, look. Hello. What model are you? I don't think that the Z code is the way to do it. And it says that it's 5.1, but then I'm running on GLM 5.1. So now watch this. View creator, UI, new. Review this project and give me a quick summary. And we're gonna have to move on to to make some real progress. I am gonna be online later tonight, so I just wanted to test this more. Starting subagent. What is this? What is this subagent? It says that is this the subagent? Yes, it is. Okay, so this is to answer. WDan was asking earlier. He was like, "Hey, make sure that that's using GLM 5.1." So you guys can see that the subagent that Cursor did launch was 5.1, and here it does look like it's exploring the directory. It just is slow. Like GLM 5.1, it is very slow. GPT plan limit's about to tank in 3 days. Okay, WDan, I've got a question for you. So people are saying WDN, like, I talked to him. He's been around since like the very beginning of this journey. He's literally been around since, I don't know, 1,000 subs. And I've met with him a couple times. He's a pretty cool guy, super knowledgeable, and he is a big believer in like open source models. He has a DGX Spark, and he uses it. And he always said to me, he was like, I hope this is okay to share, but he always said, you know, hey, at some point they're gonna stop subsidizing. The question for WDN is that now happening? Because why are you saying that that GPT is gonna tank in 3 days? Oh, isn't it because they have the app, the 2x on the app? Nice super combo. That looks good. Yeah, taking longer than expected. That is your average experience when using GLM 5.1. All right, WDN said, in part, yes, see the Claude limits. OpenAI announced like 3 months ago that 2x limits drop across plans on April 2nd. I think that's going to hit people 100%. Subsidizing will really stop post-IPO. See you, Super Combo. Have a good lunch, man. Man, GLM 5.1 is awful. Unusable. Oh my gosh. OG Tessie, I hope you're good, bro. There's an issue with the tool execution inside of Cursor with GLM 5.1. I don't think it'll work. I don't think you can use it inside of Cursor. And then Z code, there was like no way to even connect to it. That's crazy. I think we got to move on, chat. Look at this. All tools are returning empty results with no output. There is no view creator UI new directory. I promise you that there is. That's insane. And then this one said that it exists. Wait, WDM, what are you saying? Read Claude MD. Is that true? It actually read for 30 seconds? Yeah, this GLM 5.1 model is unusable. Unusable. Yeah, that's insane. Wow. What was that, 30 seconds? All right, let's move past that. I'll have a video out on that. Probably not going to be good for them. But let's kind of get back into the swing of things. This terminal. All right, let's pull up View Creator real quick here. So let's go to localhost 3011. So this is, we actually made a ton of progress. I'm very, very happy about this, chat. So let's just create a quick, so check this out. So we did update the UI today. It looks super, super clean. Nah, somebody said just learn to code. Here's the thing is that it's actually better to code with AI than any other, you know, way of software development. Agentic development and agentic coding is the future of software development. So definitely something to keep, you know, keep in mind. Okay. Let me, so watch this. So we now have the ability where, hey, let's just connect my X account, right? Let's connect my X account. So authorize app. So very simple, account connected. Here's my X account, it's now connected, okay? So now we can go over to Content Bank and we'll just create an X Content Bank, okay? So let's see if we can upload a file. And I'll just like try and upload this, right? I think we fixed this. Let's go. All right, it's not rendering properly, but that's most likely because the, let's just check it. It's because the next, isn't it? All right, the upload did work. Great, that is now working. I now want you to review the screenshot here. Why is it not showing or rendering the screenshot inside of the application? I don't know what, I don't know if on it is. Test GLM on the YouTube video. Well, you know what's funny, guys? I do wanna show you guys something. So if you guys are in the Discord, you'll know that I kind of was letting you guys know. I was like, hey, I'll have GLM video out. So look at this. I actually did test GLM 5.1, right? And I made a video on it. But the video, I was getting so mad because I couldn't use it in the video. I don't know if you guys think I should post this or not, but in the video, I literally was getting rate limited. Look at this. I was getting rate limited. 29 errors all over the place. I mean, what do I have to do? Do I have to upgrade to the to like the $100 a month plan to even use this model? I mean, that's ridiculous. What's the I was getting so mad because look, I was using it inside of Claude Code. The rate limit, so it's been working. And it was throwing 429s, and then the context limit is really bad as well on GLM 5.1. So I was just getting angry. It's such a bad model. But then I was like, nah, I don't want to post that video because I don't know. I want to do a better job of like just YouTube videos in general. And I was just getting mad. I was like, this model sucks. But okay, it says that it'll now work. I doubt it though. Do I have to refresh? Probably. Now review this screen. Why is it on this page is the screenshot not rendering in? Yeah, I hope that this isn't the new normal with Claude on the rate limits. I will say though, the rate limits for me, I haven't hit mine, but I'm pretty sure I'm getting close. Okay, so we'll see if this works. But all I want to do is hold on, can I put another like couple minutes on this? I mean, let's look at my usage, guys. Let's look at my usage. 45%, and I've got 3 hours left in the 5-hour window. I mean, it's not horrible. It's noticeably different, but it's not horrible. GLM 5.1 is so bad it gets a tweet, not a video. Yeah, it was bad. I want you to review the application and make it so that all buttons or things that can be clicked have the pointer cursor. Also, guys, just so that everybody knows, I am going to be live same time tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm trying to be like insanely consistent right now. Obviously, the BridgeBench community, it's on the come up, and I'm trying to breathe a lot of life into the community. You know, you guys know that I put a lot of work and effort into this. We're hiring on a Discord mod team, so shout out to those of you that got promotions this morning. You know, make sure that you apply if you want to be a moderator. Pretty much people in the mod team, are really the biggest tasks for those people are just engagement, you know, just to be able to add value back to the community, to be able to help when, you know, there's new content coming out for BridgeMind, being able to moderate the chat and the conversations. And honestly, most of all though, is just to be able to be like, you know, engage with the chat and adding value to conversations. And, you know, if I need to know things, let me know. But for the most part, it's like helping others is a pretty big role that you guys have. So thank you to those that have, you know, come onto that mod team, because we are rebuilding it. And the big thing about the mod team is zero drama. Yeah, it's just super professional mod team, no drama. Okay, it looks like this is done. Let's see here. So if we go to the content bank now, okay, there it is. So guys, we do have this now rendering in. Make it so that I can actually click on something in the content bank and it opens it up in a modal so I can look at it closer. Let's go, Python. Yeah. Yeah, G-Side Drew said Google can't sort inference. Anthropic can't sort it. GLM can't either. I hope this isn't the new norm. Yeah, I hope it's just a phase too, man. Open. All right, so for example, there's the image, right? And so now, here's the big test, guys. This is actually going to be the biggest test. The entire script is Spy Kids. Oh, yeah. All right, so this is the big test, chat. So we're going to go over to agents here. And so we're going to create a new agent. It's going to be a single image automation. Just the X. Give it a second here. All right, so here's the automation, okay? So we have to make some changes there, but the underlying functionality of the agent is this. So we'll go over to the builder and we'll just kind of take a look at it. I'll show it to you guys here. So these automations, these agents, they work in multiple steps. So the start of the agent, they then grab content from the content bank, and then they actually have to have the context of it, and then they actually are able to post it, okay? So let's now go to the agent, and let's run this agent and see if it actually is able to post to my X account. All right, so I'm just gonna run the agent. Okay, the agent run started. All right. You guys see what it did here? This is what got posted to X for that image after I ran the agent. Why did it not actually take in the image and process it and then create an actual content for the post? What caused this? Why did it not actually create content for the post? And why did it not also publish the content that was in the content bank? All right, so let's review the logs and figure out what happened there. Mute the app said, are you keeping all the features or making it minimal feature but a powerful one? Yeah, so that's exactly what we're doing. So how I generated 1.4 million views was from this automation and this agentic system with View Creator. So we're gonna rebuild that. Here are the logs for reference. Somebody just asked about the playlist. Yeah, you can check out the playlist here. Okay, so you guys saw that the agent run it did run, but didn't actually post the image with it. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be insane. I mean, maybe we could create some sort of skill inside of profiles. All right. I want you to use the front-end design skill and redesign this page. Make it more compact and professional. I need to implement a new fundamental concept for profiles, which will be profile skills. All right, we need to integrate skills. Like, for example, I need a way to be able to format how the posts actually look. I need skills to be able to format that. So if we go to profiles, the current way that this is functioning is, hey, you have your overview. Inside the overview, you have basic information like brand name, description, website URL. You have some, primary colors. Somebody asked, how much do I spend on AI per month? It's over $1,000. You have your social links. You have your brand assets, which at this point aren't very important. You have your calls to action, which these are important for sure. You have your content banks, which are connected. Oh, was that it? But also, why does this say text art? Okay, so maybe that's why I didn't post that. Because it didn't even have a content bank, so... I mean, let's try it. Let's try running that agent again. So it wasn't connected. So now if we go here and we run this agent again, is it going to post now? Because it's actually connected to that content bank. Let's see. Whoa. Review this and fix the issue. All right, it did probably run though. Maybe not. The ARR is in the title, 57,696. The next update will be tomorrow on it. Did not post that one. That one didn't post. Oh, there is a draft. Wait, no, that's from the... Yeah, you're mistaken. So we can just pull up the Stripe dashboard. All right, so we've had a little bit of churn since the start of the stream. The churn today hasn't been great. So we've had $130 worth of churn. But this is the Stripe dashboard. So this is all coming from bridgemine.ai, and this is really, I'm trying to make sure to show this more often so that we're fully transparent. But this is all coming from subscriptions here. So if you go to billing overview, MRR is at 4,748. Today, not been a great day because we had $60 worth of churn total. We had 70 new, but then we also had 130 in churn. Now, I will say we did have a ton of people sign up on Saturday. So on Saturday, we had a ton of signups, but yeah, ARR has dropped a little bit. We had some churn. Yeah, we need to get some active trials in here. Today's been slow too. Saturday was good with 16 new pro trials, but those will convert tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll probably have a better day, but I'm telling you guys, it's YouTube videos is a huge driver. YouTube video is a huge driver of marketing. Like for example, if I somehow integrate a YouTube video with Bridge Space and Bridge Voice, it'll do really well. But if I don't do that, then hey, there's not going to be a ton of traction, right? So we'll see. But yeah, a little bit of churn today. So tomorrow the ARR is probably going to be down a little bit, honestly. 56,976, so it went down $700. Okay, so you want to try this again now. So let's go to agents. Let's do a quick refresh. So we want this to post on X, okay? All right, go here. All right, run agent. Let's go. All right, so it said published. You see this published via Zernio. So let's go over to X and see if it published. It says that it published. What is causing this error when I run the agent? I need you to review the logic associated with running an agent. For example, if it is the single image automation, it needs to actually grab content out of a content bank that's associated with that profile, and then it needs to mark that content as posted, and it needs to post that image with the content. And inside of the agent workflow and the agent run, it needs to be able to process the content that's being posted so that it can create a formatted content that goes along with the image. All right, let's see if we can solve this. Okay, Core in the chat said, it's almost impossible to audit this much code being written. How do you know the AI does a good job? I mean, the latest AIs are pretty good, but only if you code small pieces at a time. I think that you'd actually be surprised, especially if you're kind of like building and iterating. You're able to go through like a lot of testing. Like for example, you can even see me, I'm working through all the bugs just like I would if I was writing the code manually, right? It's the same thing. Okay, here's the run. Okay, so here's the run. So it ran for 9 seconds. But the problem that we're having is that, for example, this, and we changed a couple things, so this is kind of to be expected. The good thing though, and this one says that it was posted. Okay, that's actually really good to know. So you guys see how this one says posted? So So let's go here. Okay, a couple things I do want to integrate into content banks here. Make it so that I can do bulk uploads to content banks. I want to be able to drag and drop a ton of files into a content bank at the same time. Also make sure that the drag and drop section is always visible on this page here when I'm clicking to a particular content bank. All right. Okay, so it said posted, but it didn't actually post it. If you guys, when it posted, it didn't post. All right, how's BridgeBench doing today? Let's check this out. 146, okay. Hold on, I want to see, what are our analytics here for today? Okay. No data yet. But the issue that I had is that when I ran it, it posted content. Like it posted text content that was just random. It didn't even process the image that it was posted, and it didn't even post the image either. Review in depth, add additional logging around this process. I was trying to, the content bank was connected to X, and I was trying to post to X a single image automation with X, and it didn't actually post the image, and it just created random content. Somebody said, is it better to pay for Anthropic API or Codex? What would I recommend? Well, first of all, I wouldn't recommend for paying for the Anthropic API. That'd be super expensive. I would just recommend getting a plan. Anthropic, I will say, I mean, let's look at my usage today. They've obviously decreased limits, but if we do usage, hold on, why did that not work? Usage, I mean, 53% used. I've got about 2 hours and 50 minutes left here. I want to be able to upload more than 3 at a time. Make it so that I can upload pretty much infinite at a time. Okay. So, for example, let's just try this again, right? Let's drag and drop a screenshot here. So this one here. All right, so this is now uploaded. Here's the image that we're trying to upload and post, okay? All right, this looks good. It's connected to the content bank. It's connected to the X account. Okay, so here's what's broken. So it says AI never sees the image, create metadata only passes the file name string to Gemini. The vision model never receives the actual image URL, so it fabricates generic content based on 0 visual context. Image isn't uploaded to Zernio. The code passes a pre-signed S3 URL directly to Zernio's create post. Zernio likely can't fetch from your private S3 bucket, so the post goes out text only. The correct flow is download from S3, upload to Zernio's own storage, pass Zernio's public URL to the post. Let me fix both, plus add comprehensive logging throughout the entire run. So we'll get a good run here. Yeah, you don't need to learn to code anymore. All right, let's set the sprint. Where is it? It's right here. All right. All right, 23-minute sprint on this. All right, chat. 23-minute sprint. Let's go. All right, this one just finished. So this is what it fixed. We're ready to test. This looks good. All right, so we're going to go over to agents. We're going to run the single agent automation. All right, run agent. All right, so the agent run started. Failed to upload media to Zernio. And then here's the, geez. All right, so this is what was posted, right? Just ridiculous content, right? So let's delete that. So obviously this is our issue. Where's BridgeBench? It still did not work. Review the logs in complete depth and identify why it was unable to upload the image, as well as why it created just a generic post and wasn't able to process the image properly. Review this in complete depth and pinpoint the cause for this. Note that if there is a failure, it shouldn't just default and post text only. It should just fail to run. Review and implement these updates. Yeah, right now we're dealing with a lot of errors, but it's okay because we made a lot of progress. This is a complex system, guys. This isn't like, this would take a normal dev team maybe like a month or two. So, okay. I need you to launch 5 agents in depth around the Zernio integration and the automation for single image, multi-image, and short video posting. Evaluate the logic associated with being able to choose content that is not posted from the content bank to be able to evaluate it, either transcribing it or actually reviewing the image, and then being able to actually create the captions respectively that will go with that post. Whether it's a short video, it's able to transcribe it and process the transcription and create the respective description based off of the transcript, or if it's an image, to be able to process in the image, look at it, see what's being posted, and create an accurate formatted description, caption, whatever platform it's being posted on, content for that will go with that image. Review in depth and output a complete summary of how it works and what you see about the existing implementation. Okay, Samka said, how can I learn more about vibe coding? Because until now, I was just using AI for learning easier. I have a few projects in my background, but I really hate writing the front-end UI logic, especially CSS. Yeah, you really don't need to write code anymore. Like, I think if you're writing code at all, I think that you're kind of behind. You don't need to write code anymore. You probably shouldn't be writing code anymore. I don't write any code at all. And I just use the knowledge that I have with software development to use AI to be able to write all the code for me. So there's a workflow to it, but in the grand scheme of things, you probably just shouldn't be writing any code at all. And you should only be using AI, because the AI models are going to get better a lot faster than you're going to get better at coding. So the best way to get better is to be able to understand how to use the models and to start getting better at vibe coding or agentic coding, because the next iterations of models are going to be a significant jump over what's even out now. So you want to make sure that you get started on this. Alright, so those agents are now running. Let's drop in. Okay, so Zernio API error 404 on %, that endpoint doesn't exist. Got it. You can run Codex in Claude Code. That's awesome. Using Codex from Claude Code to review code or delegate tasks. That's sick. Who made that? Oh my gosh. Look at this guy. That's insane. My gosh. This guy is literally the GOAT. The funny thing though is you can see that this is just like a crazy agentic engineer. Yeah, WDM, that's sick. I've been a software developer since I was a teenager. I got really serious over 3 years ago, but I did start coding line by line. All right, hold up here. Okay, are we ready to test this now? Ensure that if there is an error, that it won't actually post anything. Alright. Oh. Alright, it's ready to test. It says that it's ready. Alright, let's do it. So this is the content bank. Let's do upload here, and then let's just grab this. Alright. So we go to agents, single image automation 2. We'll do a BridgeMind 1, and then we'll do, let's just do Facebook. Wait, no account. Oh. So we have to go to profiles, BridgeBench, go to content banks, and then connect these two. And then it's this test content bank. So now I need to go to agents, single image, automation 2, BridgeBench. Okay, so BridgeBench has 0 accounts connected. BridgeBench has a lot more. Let's just do, honestly, let's just do Facebook. Since I don't have as many followers on Facebook. All right, reconnect. All right, yes, connect BridgeBench. All right, so let's now go to Facebook. And so we're gonna test this with Facebook, okay? So let's go to the BridgeBench Facebook. And again, like for example, I've never posted a single piece of content from myself on the BridgeBench Facebook, and it has 2,000 followers, right? Like all this just gets posted automatically. It's insane. But 2,000 followers here. Let's go over to agents and let's set up this automation, single image automation 2, BridgeBench, and then we'll do Facebook. Was that already created? Yeah. All right, run agent, let's go. All right, agent run started. We'll just see this here, publish step. I mean, it looks like it succeeded. It looks like it succeeded. From the logs, it looks like it succeeded. But let's see if it actually posted it. Okay, it didn't actually post the image. It does actually now process the image though. But here it is. Look at the content that got posted on Facebook. You can see that it didn't actually post it with the image. It just posted text. Why did this happen? Review the logs and figure out why. It's a lot of logs. Use this instead of the black background you have for View Creator. OF. Okay. Use this instead of the existing black background color scheme. All right, thank you, Drew. So Drew just recommended that we post that in. Let's see. If we go to localhost 3010. It'll drop in here. All right, guys, we just hit our like goal. To finish off the stream, we are going to be doing a giveaway. Shout out to you guys for just being here. I really do appreciate you guys for supporting the whole stream. So for the last 10 minutes here, we are going to be doing another giveaway. I appreciate you guys. Let's get the music back on. Sorry, my headphones disconnected. We're going to do one last giveaway here for the day. So this is going to go to active chatters in chat. And because you guys hung with me, it's going to be 10 minutes. And this is going to be for a $20 Bitcoin giveaway. So if you guys want to join the giveaway, I really appreciate you guys sticking around for so long. So this is going to be for a $20 Bitcoin giveaway. Like I said, we're going for 5 hours. We're almost there. We made a ton of progress on View Creator today. We also were able to test GLM 5.1, but it really is a bad model. Like, it's like pretty much unusable, the tooling behind it. But I appreciate you guys. So active chatters in the chat are gonna win $20 Bitcoin for the end of the stream here, but we're really close. You guys can see that we do have, like, for View Creator, we have the social integrations working, we have the content banks working, we have the profile AI builder working. It's just this Zernio being able to post the images, and then I think that we'll be able to integrate some way to format it better, but so far, okay. Okay, so you want me to test this again now? But yeah, if you guys haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We got up to 56,861 subscribers today, so shout out to you guys. I really appreciate it. All right. It says to test this now. So let's we're gonna test it here. Okay, so sign in, and I did change the color to the color that was recommended, the OF one, so it's not as black. Let's see. So here's what it looks like. Yeah, that is better because it's not completely black, you know. Thanks, Mute the App. Appreciate it, man. Okay, so now if we go to agents, so you get, what's frustrating is that, like, do you guys see how this works? Or let me know if you have any questions in chat, but really how this is working is, you know, it's grabbing content from the content bank, but even with this one, you can see that it says posted, right? And obviously it wasn't posted. It was able to process the image this time. But let's see here, like, I'm gonna drag and drop this, right? So this now works, this wasn't working, so we just uploaded this, right? This is the GLM 5.1. So we'll be able to go here, and then we're just gonna run this automation too. This is just posting to Facebook. I just clicked it once. We'll need to improve a lot with this. Also, just as a reminder, I'm gonna go for a 20-mile bike ride, but I'll be back online. I'm gonna be working tonight. I may go live for a Vibe Coding No Talking stream. It's been a while since I've done one of those, but I will be working in the Discord tonight. So if you guys wanna hang out in co-working, feel free to join me there in the Discord if you haven't joined already. So thank you, Drew. Yeah, I'll be in the co-working channel tonight. But also, we've got 34 people in this giveaway, 6 minutes left to join. You just have to be active in the chat for the remainder of the stream here, and then we'll choose the winner. But okay, so let's go to the logs here and see what came out. So here are the logs. Everything looks clean. Everything looks clean. But what was the actual result? Here are the logs for reference. And then now let's go to Facebook and see what happened here. So Facebook, so yeah, so you can see it posted again. No image was posted with it. And the formatting and the content being posted is another story, but we'll get into that tomorrow. I want you to review this and identify what the cause of the issue is. As you can see, it's still not posting the image with the content. Yeah, road bikes are awesome. Yeah, I love cycling. Just kind of helps me get my head clear, to be honest. Okay. And this is the first day that Bridge Voice finally was fully functional the whole day. It's fantastic. Let me give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the Discord community. If you guys haven't already joined the BridgeMind Discord community, let's take a look at how many people have joined today. So the community is up to, let's go to just welcome, and I'm going to give a quick shout out to newly joined members. So we are now up to, oh my gosh, 7,570 members now in the Discord. Shout out to everybody. How many did we have this morning? How many have we? So literally in just one day, we've gone from, what is it, 7,534 to 7,570. So shout out to you guys. We're going to have an event coming up here soon that I'm really excited about. So More to come on that. But if you guys haven't already joined the Discord, make sure you do so. What happened to Bridge Voice? Did I quit it? Oh, no, it's right here. Bridge Voice is right here. Right over here. Spike said, huge respect, man. I'm a 31-year-old dev with 9 years of experience. Been dreaming about my own startup since I was 16, but all I've done is start 50 MVPs that never launched. Well, hey, maybe this is the time to start. You know, there's always the present, right? That's the thing is, like, I remember when I was 20 years old, I literally wished that I had started when I was 17 and, like, been consistent with it, right? And I remember when I was 20, I was like, man, if only I had started when I was 17 or, like, done XYZ 3 years ago, then I would have been good at it now. But that's the thing is, it's like, literally there's no better time than the present. Like, if you have that realization now, right, then, hey, there's no better time than the present. Like, there's nothing stopping you from launching one of those MVPs today, right? So just a thought. Yeah, Bridge Voice is what I use for my voice to text. Okay, this is compacting, so this is probably gonna be, you know, not great. Maybe we can let's just drop in the docs. Zernio docs. This is compacting. Let's check the usage. So usage, yeah, I mean, 61% used. I probably won't hit my limit, to be honest. So I don't know, guys. The limits are definitely there. They're different, but not terrible. What kind of bike do I have? I have a zip bike, a zip road bike, zip wheels. I'm going to be working a lot on BridgeBench tonight. Like, I feel like today I ended up working on View Creator a lot longer than I thought I would because I kind of got, like, sucked into it. I think with View Creator, why I'm focusing on that, why you guys are seeing me focus on it, is because once I get that working, the distribution of BridgeMind is going to go off the charts because I'll be able to set up all of these clipping channels and they'll just all be hooked up to View Creator and they'll all be posting a ton of BridgeMind content. And at the point that we're at now, it's like you guys can see, you know, we improved the Bridge Studio, we improved all of these things, right? And I think that, hey, there's never been a better time to be able to hook up 100 accounts and then clip the living daylights out of streams, out of video content, out of everything, and then to just go absolutely to the wall on clipping. Because I think that will be able to generate a ton. How many miles do I run each day? I'm just kind of getting back into it. But I have a 5-mile loop that I like to do. But I'm going to be doing a bike today. I'm going to be doing a bike. And the bike is going to be... the bike is going to be for 20 miles. 20-mile bike. All right, so this is still working. I'm going to drop in the docs here. How do I host my apps? It's AWS. I use AWS. All right, docs. I need you to do a deep dive on the docs for reference to see what it is that we are doing incorrectly and to cross-reference the updates that you just made with the documentation and to review the code and to update the code respectively to make sure that we do get the images posting properly. All right, it says that it's going to work. We've got 20 more seconds until we do this giveaway. So we'll do this giveaway, and then we'll test it. All right, where's Nightbot? Thank you again, guys, for, you know, hanging in here with me and grinding along. It's, you know, we're a community, so it's great to be able to, you know, grind for the whole day with you guys. Thank you. Okay, I think that I have this. Where is it? Where's the Nightbot? Okay. Nightbot. Let me find the Nightbot. Okay, I did find it. All right, so this one, we've got 48 users eligible for this giveaway. This is a $20 Bitcoin giveaway. Let's choose a winner. Chris Eddy is the winner of the giveaway. Yeah, Bridge Voice is push to talk, and you just can hold to keep on talking. All right, congrats, Chris Eddy. Make sure you comment to be able to accept the prize here. You've got 2 minutes to be able to respond here. Let's go. All right, 2 minutes. He's got 2 minutes, and if he doesn't say anything in the 2 minutes, then we'll have to choose another winner. But all right, let's go. He said epic. Let's go. All right, congrats, Chris. And I know Chris he's an OG too, so congrats. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna send this in the Discord then, and just so you guys know, once I get time, some downtime, that's when I send out all the giveaway winnings as I kind of follow up after the streams. All right, let's go. Just respond to that. Congrats, Chris. Okay, let's test this out, and we'll see. This is going to be one of the last tests of the day. Let's go here. And if this doesn't work, I'll be working tonight in the, like I said, in the co-working channel. So if you guys want to hang out and grind with me later tonight, I will be in the co-working channel grinding along with you guys. But let's check this out. Everybody, fingers crossed here. So we'll go to the content bank, and then we'll upload some new content to the content bank. So go here. And then we'll just do this one. All right, and then we can go to agents. We can go to the single image automation number 2, and then click run agent. And then let's go over here and check out the logs. Media URL count. So you can see that I know that we can get this working. So it says 1. Agent run completed successfully. Okay, so let's see if this posted. Man, so yeah, so here it is right here. And still no image. So the one thing that I will say is you can see that it's picking up the GLM 5.1 that's in that image, but it's not actually posting this image. So I'm going to figure this out tonight. This will probably be fixed by the time that I get on stream tomorrow. I will be streaming at the same exact time that I streamed today, so 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll send out an announcement as well. Also, just as a reminder, updates for Bridge Voice and Bridge Space did ship this morning. So if you guys haven't already downloaded the latest updates to Bridge Space and Bridge Voice, make sure you do so. With that being said, I'm going to wrap up the stream here for the day. Thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys haven't already liked, subscribe, join the Discord, make sure you do so. I'm going to go for a 20-mile bike ride, work on this GLM 5.1 video, and then I'm going to probably, be on the Discord for the co-working. So I will see you guys there if you can make it. But with that being said, I will see you guys in the future. Let's go.